Thy joys undimmed, thy cup is ruby rimmed, thy cup's heart nectar brimmed. Robert Browning said it with his poetry, and for thousands of years, man has expressed his love of nature through his gardens. No flower has been so loved, renowned, and cultivated as the rose. Although the rose was first called the Queen of Flowers in 600 before Christ, the idea of a rose garden was made fashionable by Empress Josephine of France. Her garden was so admired that even though Britain was at war with France, her precious plants were allowed to cross blockades. And as her roses grew, she elevated the concept of what a garden could be, and the breeding of roses became an art as well as a science. The Roseraie at Les-les-Roses, south of Paris, is a garden of rare and spectacular beauty that illustrates perfectly the French ideal of a rose garden. The overall layout is reminiscent of the formal gardens of 17th century France, with a formal arrangement of rose beds, arbors, trellises, and arches. La Roseraie, with its excellent collection of classic and modern roses, celebrates both the beauty and horticulture of the rose, featuring over 3,200 varieties, many rare and historic.
Each area of the garden at La Roseraie is designed to demonstrate a botanical or historical theme. L'allée historique shows the evolution of roses from wild species to modern hybrids. Les Roses de la Malmaison features the roses Empress Josephine grew in her garden at the start of the 19th century. Josephine spared no expense to gather every known variety of rose, including the new remontant roses from China. This rose was first depicted on a piece of Chinese silk in 1000 AD, and centuries later came to be known in Europe as Old Blush, the last rose of summer.
The rose has figured prominently in poetry, religion, medicine, and superstition. The story of the rose and the meaning of its mystique is twined throughout the history of man, a symbol of perfection and elegance, of romance and love, of war and of peace. Even when the ancient Greeks referred to the rosy-fingered dawn of civilization, the rose was there.
Wild roses roamed the earth before man 40 million years ago. Roses of prehistoric times had simple flowers, their thorns protecting their delicate beauty in the wild. Ancient Persians grew roses commercially and for decoration. In the Muslim world, the rose color of legend was yellow, a rose color unknown in Europe until the 18th century. Early Greeks and Romans linked the origin of the rose to the goddesses of love as a tribute to their great beauty. In the Roman Empire, the demand for roses was great and their cultivation flourished. rose petals carpeted the floors of wealthy citizens. For festive occasions, their petals were hung aloft in nets and then released for a glorious cascade of color and fragrance. To the Romans, the rose also had a more sober meaning. A rose hanging from the ceiling in a gathering signaled secrecy. Those present must never reveal the words exchanged sub rosa.
This is one of the oldest surviving roses known to man, the Rosa Gallica. In the 12th century before Christ, it was a religious symbol of the Persians and the fire-worshipping Medes. By the 5th century, it was cultivated by the Greeks and then imported by the Romans. Early Christian mystics saw the 5 wounds of Christ in its 5 petals, and later in England, during the Wars of the Roses, a form of it became the red rose of Lancaster. Its Latin name, Rosa Gallica officinalis, treasured for its splendid semi-double form and its scent. In the Middle Ages, it was used for preserves and medicines and became known as the apothecary rose. The beautiful double-flowered, painted damask Leda. Damask roses are regarded as ancient hybrids, possibly derived from the Gallicas, and are prized for their fragrance. Damascena trigintepetala, the 30-petaled damask rose, has been used for centuries to make attar, the essential oil of the rose found in many perfumes. The centifolia descends from the damasks and gallicas. Rosa centifolia, the rose of 100 petals to the French, the cabbage rose to the English, was immortalized by 17th century Dutch and Flemish painters. Most old roses bloom only once a year. At the height of the season in June, at Mottisfont Abbey, during high rose tide, the magic of old roses still weaves a spell, thanks to world-renowned rosarian Graham Stuart Thomas.
All these old roses in this garden are of French origin, and they very nearly disappeared because they were completely out of favour. And I started collecting them before the war, and it has gone on as an increasing collection, and I've had roses from all over the world really for it. And practically everything in this garden has been authenticated and matched with descriptions in the old books.
Unique in the world.
Unique
I'm sure there isn't a collection like this anywhere.
No. These roses are looking just at their best today.
They certainly are. They couldn't look more beautiful. And the 2 colours are so
yes,
lovely.
You're lucky in finding 2 varieties to flower just together and give this lovely blend. Because these are rambling roses. They're different from all the shrub roses round
And
about.
do they ramble their way up?
Yes.
Not every year?
Yes, every year.
Really?
Yes.
You
yes.
cut them way back?
Yes. The idea of having this bower in the middle was to give a sort of focal point to the garden,
yes,
and to connect up with the corner shelters and give you different views through every path.
And all the soft colours that you've planted in between make the roses even more beautiful.
I think
all
the grey, silvery grey, is the
yes,
perfect foil to the roses of these colours, because you see these roses haven't any yellow in them. They're all the
pink
pinky mauve and crimsons.
Yes.
And then the grey and white and lavender flowers show them up.
How beautifully grows the rose under the care of Graham Stuart Thomas.
Today we have 2 simple classifications that apply to all roses, old and modern. Modern roses are those created after the year 1867. The evolution of the garden rose is a story of crossbreeding in search of perfection. At the end of the 18th century, as East met West, 4 roses were introduced from China to Europe. These were the famous 4 China studs, and the great breeding and crossbreeding of roses began. The Chinas introduced new possibilities in fragrance and palette, along with a precious new characteristic, recurrent bloom. Important new hybrids emerged, and even new breeds of roses. Portlands, Bourbons, Noisettes, and hybrid perpetuals. Admired for their large, robust blooms, perpetuals began to satisfy the intense efforts of breeders to extend the flowering period. And so the quest for new varieties continued to flourish, from Victorian England to Impressionist France.
Claude Monet happily combined roses with other flowers in his garden at Giverny. It's easy to imagine Monet at 5 every morning, walking through his garden, inspecting and clipping his roses as he went. Monet loved the new rose colors and varieties being developed and used them generously. The roses provided masses of single colors in his garden tableau, winding and climbing, throwing color into the air, providing both charm and structure to his garden. A contemporary of Monet said, "It is curious when one comes to think of it, how large a space the rose idea occupies in the world. It has almost a monopoly of admiration." All flowering plants are divided into families: lily, citrus, orchid, to name a few. The great rose family, Rosaceae, provides our gardens with more beautiful hardy trees and shrubs than any other family. Roses are, on the whole, very hardy plants, but the yellow Banksia roses prefer a warm environment. Gardeners in cool climates, longing for the cheer of their sunny colors, learned that planting them against a warm south wall could solve the dilemma. In the garden, the variation of growth habit, leaf, thorn, and cane, are as important as that of the flower.
And the variation of location provides an inexhaustible panorama for the culture and admiration of the rose. Near Florence, at the Villa La Pietra, roses enliven and soften classical forms. Roses have been important elements in cottage gardens, where they provide a natural, informal structure. When left to climb and ramble, they provide down-to-earth eloquence. Here at Vallenberg in Holland, the blend of roses forms a naturalistic accent, an example of how Victorian garden expert William Robinson celebrated the rose. As the bloom is beautiful in all roses and sizes, he said, roses should be seen feathering to the ground over bower and trellis and as bushes, so as to break up flat surfaces and give us light and shade. High on the Dorset downland at Chilcombe, Carol and John Hubbard have created a garden where roses climb, trail and ramble to create a magical mood. The rose is the one flower that provides what Alexander Pope called the genius of the place, bringing form, fragrance and drama to any garden scheme. gardens at the Villa Cettinali near Siena first bloomed over 3 centuries ago for Flavio Chigi, one of the last great cardinals of Rome. At the beginning of the 20th century, his descendant, Isabella, brought them to a grand state, but later they fell into decline. In 1977, Lord Lambton and Clare Ward were compelled to restore the gardens to their former splendor.
Really what made us determined to buy the house was that it was so beautiful and so abandoned and unloved and unlived in, and had been so for nearly 30 years. We more or less tried to put it back as we thought that Isabella Chigi had it, and apparently it was famous for its roses. The first evening, I think, when we came down into the garden, which was waist high in brambles and fallen posts where the pergolas had been and no sign of the paths, and we just knew that it could be wonderful again, and so we picked up the posts, did a lot of weeding, and after about, I should think, 2 years, the pergolas were back up, the roses were in. I bought all the old-fashioned roses in the back of my car from England, and gradually it just got nicer and nicer. I love the garden. I come in it all the time, every evening. I spend about an hour in it deadheading, planning where I'm going to put plants. It makes me very happy. I like it being so pretty and so many other people coming to see it and really appreciating it. I think it's a magical spot.
She's a voluptuary. Think of her wine dark and heavy-scented of the south, deep and old and cunning in deceit, offering promises too near the thorn. She plays the madrigal when moist with dew, to charm the English in their artless few, but at her wiser, older, broad remove remains an Asiatic and a Roman, accomplice of the centuries and love.
In the Bois de Boulogne of Paris is the charming rose garden at Château de Bagatelle. Surrounded by the woodland of the park, Bagatelle has a precise, formal layout. Geometric-shaped yews are a perfect foil for the color of the roses, hanging from swags, trellises and pillars. In the tradition of Empress Josephine and her garden at Malmaison, Bagatelle features a collection of classic and modern roses from around the world.
This garden, created at the turn of the century, was the brainchild of Jean-Claude Forestier, a friend of Claude Monet. Forestier's admiration for impressionistic effects is mirrored in the striking juxtapositions and in the almost daring use of color. Today, Bagatelle is a repository not only for old roses, but for the latest hybrids. The Bagatelle competition for new roses, begun in 1907, still sets a standard for rose excellence.
"Oh, Rose," asked Elizabeth Barrett Browning, "who dares to name thee?" The answer to her challenge is a stroll through a literary rose garden. "What's in a name?" asks Romeo. "That which we call a rose, by any other name would smell as sweet. The red rose whispers of passion, and the white rose breathes of love. Oh, the red rose is a falcon, and the white rose is a dove. Oh, my love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love is like the melody that's sweetly played in tune." So many beautiful things have been said in the name of the rose, But Gertrude Stein called for an end to the matter. Rose is a rose is a rose, she declared, asking us to forget its implications and marvel anew at the pure beauty of the flower itself.
The lure of rose beauty transcends national boundaries. Many of our most prized modern roses are the result of a lifetime's passionate effort and a wonderful testament to the individual aesthetics of the breeders. Lindquist's rose of the 50s, Tiffany, deeply fragrant with glowing petals and slender buds. Swim's pink-tinged, ivory-hued Garden Party, winner of the gold medal at Bagatelle in 1959. Blue Moon, one of the best of the blue roses created by Matthias Tantau of Germany, who brought the world the first fluorescent orange rose, Tropicana, also known as Superstar in Europe, a watershed achievement in the search for technicolor brilliance. Rich, buttery, fully double-petaled Peer Gynt by Cordis of Germany. Just Joey by Cant of Britain. Its large, ragged-edged petals are a lovely example, as is Brandy, of the popular buff and apricot hues. Named in honor of Mottisfont's great rosarian, Graham Stuart Thomas combines the many petal flowers of old roses with the deep, saturated hues of modern ones. And of course, there will always be the unrivaled seduction of the red, red rose.
Old roses, modern roses, wild roses, floribundas, grandifloras, hybrid teas, shrubs, climbers and ramblers. The amazing variety of the rose. Few things are lovelier to me than a full-blown rose when it opens its heart. This rose, with its pale gold, pink and ivory petals blending to a lightly ruffled edge, has been called the rose of the century. Bred in France from a single untested seed, it was smuggled in a diplomatic pouch onto the last plane leaving France before the occupation. At the end of the war, in 1945, it was christened Peace. Like all roses, its beauty is an eternal temptation to the gardener as well as the poet. During the war, before Peace had a name, T.S. Eliot compared the rose to destiny when he wrote, "Footfalls echo in the memory, down the passage we did not take, towards the door we never open, into the rose garden." This is Villa Gambaraia, high in the hills above Florence. Villa, gardens and countryside exist in perfect harmony. Ever since Eden, the garden has been a symbol of heaven on earth. Today, when we are more intimately concerned with our environment than ever before, gardens remind us of the beauty we are in danger of losing. Gardens were never just slices of nature. In the Renaissance, they became consciously designed works of art. It was an age of rebirth, a return to the cultivation of mind and soul. And the formal garden emerged as an outgrowth of Renaissance ideals. The rhythm of symmetry and pattern, of flowers and water, of sun and shade, were a celebration of an idealized, well-ordered universe. The formal garden is a reflection not only of its time, but also of the Greek and Roman principles of beauty which inspired it. Some of the classical elements in this garden, and many other formal gardens, can be traced back 2,000 and even 3,000 years.
Water and sun have always been the life spring of gardens, as well as, indeed, life itself. Early civilizations flowered in the fertile river valleys of the Tigris, Euphrates, and Nile. Egyptian tombs tell the story of an agricultural people who revered both lotus and papyrus. As a refuge from scorching sun and desert sands, the pharaohs built royal and temple gardens, which became the prototype of all Western gardens for centuries. Geometric enclosures of fruit trees and vegetables were arranged in orderly rows. Everything, even flowers for perfume and herbs for mummification, had a functional purpose. The Persians conquered Egypt in 525 BC and introduced pleasure gardens, in which the artful manipulation of water, flowers, sun and shade was meant to represent the promise of heaven to come. The word paradise comes from the Persian paradesa, meaning garden or park. Today, the Alhambra in Granada still reflects the gardens of Islam which spread to Spain. Built in the 13th century, it is one of the few Islamic gardens to survive in Europe. To the Muslim, a garden was an oasis, both sensual and spiritual. In the Quran, Muhammad describes heaven as a place with plenteous shade and water everywhere. By the 16th century, Mughal conquerors in northern India developed Islamic gardens to new levels of sophistication and beauty.
But in medieval Europe, the art of gardens was in decline, relegated to austere seclusion behind monastery walls. A breviary from the 14th century describes the Garden of Eden so withered that Jesus bathed it with his most precious blood. The image of a garden reflowering was enlivened by crusading knights returning from the Holy Land. They brought exotic new flowers like iris and jasmine, as well as descriptions of spectacular Moorish gardens and ancient ruins. These ruins, ignored for centuries, were to become a major source of inspiration. Since the great age of Athens, when Plato taught philosophy under groves of trees, the Western garden had philosophical implications. Influenced by the Greek spirit of Hellenism, Romans introduced ornamentation to gardens in the form of classical Greek statues, urns, and vases. The most famous Roman villa garden, built by the Emperor Hadrian near Tivoli, dates back to the 2nd century. Hadrian aimed to reproduce the inspirational sites of his travels, including Athens and Egypt. The Canopus, a poolside arcade, recalls a site near Alexandria on the Nile River Delta. The balance of architecture, statue, and water represented a zenith of ornamental gardening in the ancient world.
In the 15th century, as Europe emerged from the Dark Ages, man looked with new eyes at the world around him. Nature became a source of wonder, and gardening drew its inspiration from classical Greece and Rome.
imagine this garden as a meeting place for poets and philosophers, great thinkers pondering and discussing the issues of the day as they walked in the shade.
Balance, symmetry, and the careful manipulation of space reflected man's desire to imitate the divine order of the natural world. This belief in harmonious proportion gave rise to the formal geometric tradition of the Italian garden.
Perspective, one of the great developments of Renaissance art, furthered the concept of space in the Italian garden. The lines of the villa in sympathy with those of the garden. Affecting a transition between architecture and nature, villa and garden were seen as an integral unit. The open-air garden rooms linked by the rhythm of stonework, slopes and terraces. Plants from the New World became exotic additions, and yet it was the architectural layout which reigned supreme.
The Italian Renaissance garden appeals to our sense of order and proportion, yet there are other delights, as the hand of art was meant to be very visible in the Renaissance.
No Renaissance garden was considered complete without water features. The Villa Lante, north of Rome, flowing down a steep hillside with an enchanting series of terraces and fountains, is considered the perfect realization of a Renaissance garden. Here, the strict rules of proportion and harmony that characterize Renaissance art fuse the works of man and the gifts of nature. The effect, though entirely artificial, is not unnatural.
Even in the 16th century, Villa Lante was considered elaborate. As the Renaissance advanced in Italy, gardens became more complex and spectacular. Man vied with nature to create dramatic effect. Divine order gave way to enchantment. Nature came to represent a secret and magical universe. Although the Italian gardens caught the imagination of Europe, it was the French who claimed the next century with the grandest of schemes.
South of Paris is the Château de Courance, named for the many currents of water that flow from natural springs and feed a complex network of canals, moats, and cascades. The waters form pieces of a mirror, reflecting what has been called an almost religious use of space. In 17th century France, it was thought that every garden should have a parterre, lawns, and bosquets with interlacing walkways. Axial alignment, which draws the eye to the landscape, was emphasized by long, radiating allees of trees. The parterre de broderie, embroidered patterns, dramatizes the hand of man in nature. But despite the Baroque sensibility of its era, this garden is a masterpiece of restraint.
The vista gracefully continues along a large pool and a broad alley of grass with a mixed woodland bosquet on either side. The garden lines are simple, the adornments few. The use of perspective in the landscape is dramatically exploited, each vista calmly reflected in the canals and moats. The garden is typical of 17th century France. Man's mastery over nature sets the theme.
The most influential designer of the period was André Le Nôtre, whose masterpieces at Vaux-le-Vicomte and at Versailles set the tone for European gardening for a century.
Le Nôtre laid out the gardens at Versailles along a grand east-west axis. The main vista slopes down to a canal and fountain and then rises gently towards the distant horizon. Created for Louis XIV, Versailles enhanced his vision of himself as the Sun King, with an absolute divine right to rule over the natural world as well as his kingdom. 1,400 water jets were installed for the fountains. Though the king's hydraulic engineers worked continuously, they could never solve the problem of supplying enough water for them to work properly. Using water in French gardens proved to be more difficult than in Italy, where the hillsides allowed water to fall by natural gravity. In the end, the king had to be content to have just the main fountains playing during the daytime. Only on special occasions would they all function at once, and there were times when those the king enjoyed during a promenade were turned off as soon as he passed. Horticultural skills became one more device to assert ultimate control over nature. The dwarf hedges, typical of the Renaissance, were elaborated into ever more complicated scroll and featherwork parterre effects. Floral colour appeared only within the borders. Le Nôtre himself was a bit contemptuous of flowers, saying they only pleased the eyes of the nursemaids who could look down upon them from the upper story of the palace.
South of the palace, the orangerie housed and protected tender lemon, orange and palm trees in winter, which then, during the summer months, adorned the terrace in ornamental pots, arranged like parade ground soldiers. André Le Nôtre was revered and respected by his patrons. A modest man he was not. He felt that he had a God-given talent and wrote his own epitaph, which reads in part, "The force and scope of his genius made him so outstanding in the art of gardening that he can be regarded as having invented their principal beauties and carried all others to their utmost perfection. He had no comparable rival."
In each age, beauty has a different interpretation. In 17th century France, gardens, tended by vast teams of laborers, became mediums for the display of horticultural skills in plant clipping and training, as well as demonstrations of power and wealth. In these layouts, the architect, rather than the plantsman, had the last word. It was the architect-gardener's ultimate expression of man's triumph over nature.
Formality is order. It is the opposite of chaos. In gardening, it implies control, and in the 17th century, the divine right of kings was reflected in their gardens. As the supreme example of a royal garden, Versailles was imitated and envied by monarchs and rulers across Europe. One of the most noteworthy 17th century gardens can be found in the Netherlands. Het Loo, the palace of William and Mary, with its jewel-like Baroque layout. In Holland, where the land is flat, pattern was a substitute for a change of level.
No estate in United America is more pleasantly situated than this, wrote George Washington about his beloved Mount Vernon. America had its own interpretation of the formal garden style that was sweeping Europe. The great plantation gardens in Virginia and in the South married European style with American practicality. Mount Vernon was a New World version of an English country estate. Orchards, as well as herb, flower, and kitchen gardens, were arranged in beds of geometric precision. Even though America had a wealth of indigenous plants, most American gardens at this time still reflected the nostalgic longing for the old world, in the form of English flowers. A European visitor wrote that although Washington has never left America, when one sees his house and his home and his garden, it seems as if he had copied the best samples of the grand old homesteads of England.
The 18th century was a time of fervent new ideas. Revolution was in the air, but before the Boston Tea Party in America or the storming of the Bastille in France, a different kind of revolution occurred in England. As the political landscape shifted, so did the philosophical meaning of the garden. A new golden age was born out of the desire to behold the simplicity of unadorned nature. Rejecting the balance, regularity, and artificiality of formal gardens, a handful of great garden designers, Pope, Kent, and Brown, helped shape the English landscape movement. Alleys, hedges, knots, and parterres disappeared to allow a vista of sweeping parkland. Sheep grazed outside drawing room windows in place of topiary and flower gardens. Invisible retaining walls, or ha-has, were in abundance to keep animals out and allow the eye to move from gardens straight into the countryside beyond. All of nature was seen to be a garden, and gardening became a grand form of landscape painting, using a palette of lawn and woodland to create the effects of artful wildness. Canals, basins, and fountains were eliminated in favor of winding streams and lakes and contoured grounds. The rule is simple, declared the great poet and gardener William Wordsworth. Work in the spirit of nature with the invisible hand of art. Formal was replaced by natural, as the new English style swept across Europe, all the way to Russia.
In 1772, Catherine the Great wrote to Voltaire, "I now love to distraction gardens in the English style. The curved lines, the gentle slopes. I hate fountains which torture water in order to make it follow a course contrary to nature. In other words, Anglomania rules my plantomania."
By the early 19th century, the down-to-earth English gardener had tired of the flowerless landscape. The greenhouse became fashionable as new exotic plants were introduced from around the world. The Victorian passion for flowers resulted in formal terraces and elaborate bedding schemes, which were changed 2 or 3 times a year. Their brash color combinations depended on concentric patterns of primary hues. Toward the last half of the century, flower beds were further decorated with colored gravel and foliage plants, massed in patterns as a mosaic culture. By the 1870s, this Victorian aesthetic produced a backlash. The swinging pendulum of horticultural fashion would eventually pave the way for a fusion of the formal and natural styles.
Every great garden has great bones, structural elements which hold it together, and every garden has its maker, an individual who shapes it with a personal vision. Here at the turn of the century, Major Lawrence Johnson turned a wind-swept hill into one of the world's greatest gardens. At a time when there were champions of both formal and natural styles in gardening, Major Johnson found an ideal compromise.
When he first created this garden in the Cotswolds of England, it was considered revolutionary. Today in gardening circles, it is widely acknowledged as the most important 20th century English garden. Influenced by the classic layouts of Italian villa gardens, he designed a formal framework of Renaissance-style hedges. Realizing that endless miles of hedge could be monotonous, he was inspired to combine copper and green beech, box and yew, and create the tapestry hedges for which Hitchcock is famous. But inside the geometry of these shapes, Johnson turned his back on tradition and planted with an unformal abandon. He used an architect's eye and a plantsman's soul to create what he called a wild garden in a formal setting.
Hitchcock Manor is a jungle of beauty, said Vita Sackville-West. A jungle of beauty controlled by a single mind.
Major Johnston composed a series of doorways which lead from one garden room to the next, each framing its own garden picture. As the king of his formal jungle, Johnson was unhindered by previous notions of what a garden ought to be. Topiary animals were one of the fanciful ways in which he used living material to create formal order. It was the strength of this green architecture that made Hitchcock such a unique creation.
Gardens do not require a vast space to demonstrate formal principles. It's possible to achieve a grand effect on a small scale.
Tintinhull is 2 hours south of Hidcote in Somerset. Here, Mrs. Phyllis Rees experimented with the garden style of her friend and mentor, Major Johnston. Tintinhull's present custodian, garden expert Penelope Hobhouse, calls it a Hidcote in miniature, 2 acres instead of 10.
What amazes me is that a garden can be so natural and almost wild, if you like, whereas the so-called bones of this garden are very formal.
Yes, they are. We have this path, which is really an axial path, leads right down the garden, and these box domes, and always hedges and walls to make geometric compartments. That's the formal part, and then the planting is completely informal. We try and do cottage-style planting, no bare earth. We really get plants very, very closely together. So you really can't see anything, and they weave in and out a little bit. All those things that just will give it this air of informality.
At what point do you decide what flowers of the millions of choices that you have to use?
Well, I think you see the design as a whole, but you're thinking all the time of how to make a frame for the flowers. So the trees and the skyline, the hedges, even the horizontal lawn, it's framing the flowers.
Yes.
So then the flowers come really as furniture. You've made the setting. You've furnished the garden with flowers. I think that's how I see it.
It's a lovely
idea. Does that work, do you think?
Is there one thing you would say to somebody, a young person who is starting their garden for the first time, perhaps what mistake not to make?
I think most people probably want to do too much. They want too many garden features. They want too many different colored flowers. And really, simplicity is the most important thing. When in doubt, repeat something you've got already, and that links the garden together. It's like having a lawn that runs through the garden, giving you something to move on into the next place. So simplicity, I would think simplicity.
Formal gardening, working to a set of rules, is much simpler to execute and maintain than the more naturalistic style. In informal gardening, much depends not only on an individual vision, but also on an intimate understanding of how plants develop in nature. In the great English gardens of the 20th century, the gardeners knew both plant and garden.
The art of gardening has always been a compromise between the ideal and the practical. Each of us who aspires to create a garden, to bring a personal interpretation and passion to garden making, must consider the formal principles of good design. These principles, which have served the great gardens throughout time, breed endless new possibilities, and our gardens continue to be sources of wonderment. Perhaps Thomas Jefferson said it best. There is no occupation so delightful to me as the cultivation of the earth, and no culture comparable to that of the garden. Though an old man, I am but a young gardener. Summer afternoon, summer afternoon. To Henry James, who loved nature and gardens, those were the two most beautiful words in the English language. The best place to spend a summer afternoon is in a country garden, where children can play and dogs can run, and no one worries about trampling the grass. In all the history of gardens and garden styles, the country garden is the most down-to-earth. Unlike grand formal gardens, the country garden is a cozy place for people and plants.
The garden in the country, a soft, gentle, romantic place, heady with smell, taste and touch, had its origins in the most practical of purposes. Humans first gardened to feed themselves. The bounty of the garden was a true measure of its importance and even of its beauty. The country garden is a distillation of the country around it, an earthly paradise where the soil is literally life-sustaining. The relationship of the countryman to his garden is as close as that of the Native American Indian to his plain, where cultivation has been a noble act, attended by a reverence for sun, rain, and soil. Today, the country garden is part of its surroundings in a way that its smaller urban counterpart can never be. Creating and maintaining a country garden encompasses much more than just horticulture and decoration. It is a matter of husbandry, a concern for the conservation and preservation of natural planting and the spirit of the land. What the formal garden might consider a weed is here a thing of beauty, for the country garden is a lesson in what grows wild and how it grows. In America, the democratic ideal is expressed in the country garden, where every plant has an equal place. The great poet Longfellow, who was also a garden enthusiast, once commented that, aside from the Garden of Eden, man's great temptation took place when he first received his seed catalogue. Garden designer Ryan Gainey created here in Decatur, Georgia, an intimate environment that, like all cottage gardens, is a unique reflection of personality.
This idea of creating a romantic garden finds its heart in one of the most beloved garden styles that there is, and that is the cottage garden or the country garden. And whether that cottage or country garden is in the city or in the country, what it is to that individual is self-expression. It's not the kind of garden that you really could go and make for someone else. For me, for the romance in my life to come to fruition meant making a garden. And part of that garden was choosing all the plants from part of my childhood, places I've been, things that I liked, that I wanted to have for myself. And then, as a gardener, learning how to put them together and keep all of those ideas intact. The soul of a cottage garden is charm. And charm is not something that just happens, even though it's a delightful experience. It's understanding color, form, texture, how certain plants grow, how that this aster, though it grows straight up all summer, becomes a wonderful tumbling mass of purple in the fall, mixing with other plants like the Salvia van Hoodii. But you see, it doesn't always happen the way you plan it. What does seem to happen so much in a cottage garden, and the ones I've visited all over the world, is those unbelievable happy mistakes when this one plant comes up with another plant. You never would have thought to do it yourself, but all of a sudden there it is. And then you have another wonderful, brilliant, inspired combination that in and of your own, you never would have thought of. And that's sort of really, I guess, the magic of a cottage garden.
Since medieval times, the cottage garden was the mainstay of rural life. Just as the formal garden was the domain of kings, the country garden was an expression of farmer and forester. Utilitarian in purpose, these gardens are a testament to the skill and wisdom of those who learned to live on the land. Originally, the garden was regarded as a retreat from the harshness of nature, its overpowering scale and its lurking dangers. A nightly enclosure for beasts, it protected all who lived within. As the need for enclosure diminished, early gardens became a microcosm of the adjoining cultivated land, providing fruit, herbs, and vegetables. Sprinkled among these were garden flowers, grown not for pleasure, but to stimulate the growth of vegetables and to ward off insects. The beauty offered by fruit orchards in spring blossom was incidental, for their sole purpose was to provide the farmer's wife with all she needed for her table.
One of the reasons the English talk about the weather so much is that gardening is a national pastime. Any plot of earth is a garden waiting to happen.
In America, pioneer women stitched samplers and quilts to reflect the patchwork look of the newly tamed land. In Europe, our image of the country garden starts to change in the 19th century, when an emergent industrial society and creeping urbanization unleashed a yearning for a simpler lifestyle. The nostalgia for a country garden was as much for the character of an uncluttered landscape as for the garden itself. Artists were inspired by the rustic ways of the past, the cottage with its herbs, vegetables, and old-fashioned flowers.
As the contrast between city and country life increased, the cottage garden came to represent an idyllic, less complicated world. As garden designer Gertrude Jekyll wrote, "Not infrequently, in passing along a country road, with eye alert to note the beauties that are so often presented by little wayside cottage gardens, something is seen that may well serve as a lesson in better planting. The lesson is generally one that teaches greater simplicity." With its unstudied profusion of flowers and vegetables, the cottage garden remains peaceful, personal, and practical.
Garden designer John Brooks.
I think you can see that these sort of gardens were usable for the family, obviously, who lived in the cottage. It's where they're going to hang the washing, where the tools were stored, where they stored their logs for winter. There was often a privy in the garden, and they even kept a pig in the garden, which was useful for composting, of course. The flowers still remain this traditional form of gentle campanula and real wall flowers growing out of a wall as they're supposed to. And I think probably the great difference in the 20th century cottage garden is that, of course, there is a lawn here. And if you were a farm worker living in Gloucestershire in the 18th century, who wanted a lawn, for heaven's sake? Their cows ate the grass out on lawns surrounding this site. And of course you had nothing to cut it with either.
Here in the English Cotswolds, in the cottage gardens of Hidcote Bartram, it's hard to remember that country folk had no time for fashion or ornament. Village life was a well-ordered universe, illustrating the simple dictum advocated by William Wordsworth: "Let nature be our teacher."
The form of the country garden is very much conditioned by the setting in which it is, whether it's on flat ground or hilly ground, obviously, and then the materials of which it's made. It's a sort of symbiosis of everything that happens round about it, and indeed the cultivation that goes on in the garden are affected by that as well. And then the mood and feel inside the garden is one of what we called old-fashioned flowers along with herbs, in that they tend not to be hybridized versions of a traditional form of plant. It's very much simpler, the vegetation here. You might get a double poppy, but it's a poppy nevertheless. I think this is a very typical cottage garden. The interesting thing about them was that they were not essentially designed as we know it. There were obviously paths going to the doors, but not much else. The rest was infilled with plant material. And the plant material was very much muddled, I think you'd call it, including the herb material. And then it's just soft, gentle plants with a great fragrance in most of them. They hadn't been hybridized to the nth degree. You'll see in this garden the spring succession dying down, the dead bluebells and the dead narcissus, the pansies coming away, the single marigolds, again they're not huge overblown double things, dahlias coming through for later summer interest, and for North Americans here we've got some goldenrod, which they used an awful lot of in the cottage garden. Poppies we've talked about before, wonderful brilliant colours, and here's a real cottage garden flower, and it smells wonderful, Sweet William, beautiful velvety sort of colour. Over here we've got sweet peas before again the hybridizer got at them, just the wild sort of form, and there it all is.
In England, as well as the continent, these gardens were in natural harmony with the surrounding worked land. Here in France, for example, the planting of vegetables was interspersed with vines and fruit trees. Flowers weren't cultivated for use inside the house, but rather for the glory of God at church, or for placement on local shrines. The idea of cottage gardens in the country changed forever when they were discovered by 19th century artists. A passion for capturing colour and light brought painters outdoors to study nature in plein air. Impressionism was born in a world of flowers, fields and meadows. The natural wildness of a country garden was seen as a romantic ideal. In the Garden of Eden, wisdom was an apple from the tree of knowledge, and ever since, the orchard has occupied a special hold on the imagination. From country to country, changes in climate and geography produce memorable tableaux of rolling hills and orchards. These beloved groves of trees in the hills of Tuscany still radiate an almost mythological mystique.
Romantic, strangely lovely Nympha, a medieval village built in the Pontine marshlands and named after a tiny Roman temple that used to stand here. Nympha was once considered a place of magic. Its lake inhabited by nymphs and benevolent gods. The river that flows through the town is said to be the tears shed by the young noblewoman Nympha, who mourned endlessly upon learning of her lover's death.
South of Rome, sheltered by high hills and fed by glistening streams, Nympha is a pastoral dream that perfectly illustrates the romantic ideal of a country environment. "600 years ago, the town began a calamitous decline, suffering through malaria, fire, and violent religious struggles. But as Nympha proves, all human destruction can be healed by nature and time. These towers and church stones, abandoned to Pontine marshes and moisture, were in 1922 rescued by an Italian prince of the Caetani family, who turned the ruined City of Dreams into one of the most beautiful gardens of the world. The old walls and architectural remnants of this medieval village provide startling focal points through the lush garden plantings. When Prince Caetani died in 1935, the garden restoration was continued first by his sister-in-law and then by his niece, Margaret, a literary Bostonian who had a Henry Jamesian sensibility and adventurous horticultural taste. For her, the connection between art and nature led to a natural balance between the crumbling of walls and the unfolding of petals. There is sweet music here that softer falls than petals from blown roses on the grass, or night dews on still waters between walls of shadowy granite in a gleaming pass. Here are cool mosses deep, and through the moss the ivies creep, and in the stream the long-leaved flowers weep, and from the craggy ledge the poppy hangs in sleep.
What has been destroyed by time has not been restored, but what has remained has been preserved. What was once a neglected, wild thicket sprawled with greenery is now a bewitching, enchanted mass of tangled sweetness. Nympha, a romantic affirmation of the freedom of expression possible in a country garden. A kitchen garden is so pretty and so comforting.
For many, the essence of country gardening is still the vegetable patch.
To me, one of the greatest luxuries in the world is to walk out into your own vegetable garden and pick tomatoes still warm from the sun, or fresh parsley and peas, leeks and onions, salads and sorrel and sweet basil, tarragon, thyme, carrots, cabbages, cucumbers. And from these gifts of our generous earth, prepare a meal within minutes, which is not only fit for a king, but for your family.
The idea of a proper kitchen garden is one of the great rediscoveries of our time. They were first created to supply the culinary needs of country houses. The list of vegetables grown in them read like a nurseryman's catalogue. Today, the vegetable and herb garden are once more in vogue, as city dwellers embrace the simplicity of country life and the satisfaction of a garden that stimulates both the eye and the palate. The country garden is a reminder that every natural landscape contains a quality of life worth preserving and nurturing. Urban blight and the overdevelopment of our resources have led to a growing appreciation for green and garden, a longing for the country that lurks within all of us. Chilcombe House in England fulfills the highest expectations of a country garden. Created by Carol and John Hubbard over the last 20 years, the garden is nestled in the hills of the Dorset Downland with spectacular views to the surrounding countryside. Alleys and vistas are almost lost, submerged by exuberant plant growth. The walled garden is laid out in orderly proportions, a study in contrasts flowing together with a series of enclosures or rooms. Each has a distinct mood and purpose: flowers, vegetables, orchards. The garden gives an extraordinary effect of privacy. Chilcombe House, a true country garden, at peace with its surroundings.
A country garden isn't just a collection of plants, nor is it simply a slice of the countryside. Rather, as garden expert Anne Layton said, a garden, to be a garden, must represent a different world, however small, from the real world. A source of comfort in turmoil, of excitement in dullness, security in wildness, companionship in loneliness. Gardening offers man a chance to regulate at least one aspect of his life, to control his environment and show himself as he wishes to be. Some of the most magnificent public gardens and parks in the world today were originally created for the private pleasures of their owners, who were often passionate and skillful gardeners.
Mount Vernon, the home of George Washington, the first president of the United States, the founder of the nation, and one of the great gardeners of his time. Among the never-failing joys of George Washington's private life were his gardens. The planting, arrangement, and care of his trees, vegetables, and flowers filled his life with constant satisfaction, which he so fully expressed when, after the Revolution, he wrote, "The more I'm acquainted with agricultural affairs, the better I am pleased with them. I am led to reflect how much more delightful to an underdebauched mind is the task of making improvements on the earth than all the vain glory which can be acquired from ravaging it.
The lower, or kitchen garden, reveals as much about its owner as the sweeping panoramas he planted along the Potomac River. For here, the same patience and precision that sustained him in war provided food for his table in peace. Born a country gentleman from a prominent family, Washington turned this plantation scheme into one of America's great gardens. An expression of his preference for botany over battle, Mount Vernon provides a keen impression of Washington's taste and times. The president personally directed the raising or testing of 60 different crops, as well as the design of an estate that reflected both the dignity and practicality of his nature. Worksheets prepared by his gardeners for their weekly reports to Washington still survive, revealing a commander's attention to battlefield detail, where nature is the enemy. Droughts, freezes, and ice storms forced him to plant and replant the same vegetables and fruit trees many times. Undaunted by weather, as well as by affairs of state and revolutionary wars, Washington continued to relay instructions to his gardeners, whether from a campaign tent in Valley Forge or from the presidential office in Philadelphia. It was Washington's pride to consider himself America's foremost farmer. No doubt he agreed with his neighbor, Thomas Jefferson, who believed that those who labor in the earth are the chosen people of God. Seen from a distance, the estate suggests a small colonial village. Martha Washington was insistent that the ground should provide everything necessary in a housekeeping way. Her days here were filled with the sounds of blacksmith, carpenter, and gardener. Providing all the comforts of a contemporary village, Mount Vernon was self-sustaining. Though the term did not yet exist, George Washington was his own landscape architect. During the 45 years of his tenure, the size of Mount Vernon increased from 2 to 8,000 acres.
George Washington, horticulturist and gardener, had a special love for trees. These trees were planted in Washington's time and are still flourishing 2 centuries later. Imagine producing such beauty for 200 years. Here on the bowling green at Mount Vernon, he planted pairs of trees on either side of the expanse of grass. Magnolias, linden, ash, holly, black gum, the tulip poplar, elm, maple, and aspen. "I shall begrudge no reasonable expense," he wrote, "that will contribute to see them in good order, and everything trim, handsome, and thriving about them. For nothing hurts me more than to find them otherwise." It was Washington's determination to design and create gardens and grounds, not only as the center for his family life, but also to entertain the many friends, dignitaries, and visitors to the new country. It was his express wish that his beloved Mount Vernon would one day belong to the people.
Today, more than 1 million people a year enjoy this vibrant testimony to Washington's life through the efforts of the Mount Vernon Ladies Association, which acquired the property in 1853, just a century after Washington arrived. Their stewardship is the guiding hand for faithful restorations and diligent efforts that preserve the accomplishments of our founding father. The beauty of expression found in this public garden today breathes the air of its creator. Washington wrote constantly to friends and acquaintances, asking them to send him parings and seeds from around the world. In 1785, he began construction of the greenhouse, or orangery, so that the more sensitive plants and trees he acquired could survive. These included palmetto from South Carolina, mahogany from the West Indies, as well as an exotic forest of lemon, orange, lime, aloe, and rubber trees, none of which could have endured a single Virginia winter out of doors. Washington the Commander is everywhere evident in the gardens of Mount Vernon. Never given to rash or reckless impulse in battle, he prevailed through careful planning and the sheer force of a character that was marked by an inexhaustible capacity to persevere. A public showcase for a private personality, Washington's garden was famous in its time. In 1798, a European visitor marveled at the general's ability to create an old-world beauty, writing that, "In the evening, Washington showed us around his garden. It is well cultivated, perfectly kept, and is quite in English style. All the vegetables indispensable for the kitchen were found there. The whole plantation, the garden, and the rest prove well that a man born with natural taste may guess at beauty without having ever seen its model." Though Europe embraced the wealth of new plants from America, the typical American gardens mostly still favored common flowers from the Old World. Washington's writings contain references to such flowers as crown imperials, tulips, wild sweet williams, and cardinals. The English and French flowers that he imported for his garden were meant to make foreign visitors feel at home. The pleasures of his flower garden still provide a potpourri of 18th century floral effects. If Washington himself couldn't have planted it, you will not see it blossoming here.
And today, unchanged, 200 years later, its simplicity, its freedom from pretense, make it an appealing vision of use and loveliness. Not striving for attention, it attains the ideal of a garden which was made to satisfy mind and heart.
At Mount Vernon, we find a surveyor's eye in the landscape and a presidential majesty in the vistas. Washington's choice of Pierre l'Enfant to design the new American capital that would bear his name acknowledged the ascendance of the French formal style. And nowhere did that style find such eloquent and diverse expression as in the public gardens of Paris. In the 1620s, at the same time the Pilgrims were landing on Plymouth Rock, the Jardin des Plantes was established in Paris. Begun for medicinal purposes by the physician to Louis XIII, this formal arrangement began as a collection of valuable herbs and botanical specimens. It was the first of many gardens meant to improve the quality of health and welfare in an urban environment.
Of all the parks in Paris, the Jardin de Luxembourg is the most successful in joining the pleasures of park and garden on a human scale. It is a 60-acre sanctuary where one is encouraged to loiter in nature. Here, flowers, water and trees form an urban retreat, an escape from a city where congestion has reached the limits of the absurd.
Begun in 1612 for Marie de Medici, Queen of France, the Luxembourg has endured the dramatic metamorphosis characteristic of so many French public gardens, reflecting the rise and fall of royal as well as political fashions. Marie, inspired by the Beaubelay Gardens of Florence, where she had lived as a child, commissioned formal designs that included parterres embroidered with her monogram. These kind of aristocratic whims were cut short by the French Revolution, when the jardin became the property of the people. Over the course of 4 centuries, Parisians have continued to have a proprietary feeling about this special place. When in the mid-19th century, Georges Haussmann, known as the creator of modern Paris, proposed radical changes to the garden, a mob 12,000 strong rose in protest. They squashed his plans and managed to preserve the most public of Parisian parks.
The garden's atmosphere is charged with the personalities of its inhabitants, who keep thousands of garden chairs on the move in search of sun, shade, and nourishment of the senses. A public park full of private spaces, it is designed to accommodate the individual. At the turn of the century, Isadora Duncan used to dance here at dawn. Today it is still a haven for lovers, thinkers, walkers, chess players, and most especially children.
The public parks are alive in more than a literal sense. More than playgrounds, they are part of the Parisians' home and birthright. Do they think of royalty? Does it ever occur to them that the park they so enjoy was once the property of kings and queens, who first commissioned the orchards that still thrive in the far reaches of the garden? Each individual apple or pear is wrapped in its own paper bag to protect it from insects and birds until the fruit is ripe. The philosophical inspiration of these gardens can be traced back to the 16th century. When the French essayist Montaigne visited the early Renaissance pleasure gardens of Italy, he wrote, "These are beauties that are open to anyone who likes them, who may sleep in them and even take his friends." This democratic sentiment is also reflected in an inscription at the Villa Borghese, dating back to 1620. It welcomed visitors with the promise that, "Whoever thou art, now be a free man. Go where thou wilt, pluck what thou wilt. Here all is for the stranger, more than for the one who owns."
In the 1600s, the finance minister of Louis XIV ordered the planting of elms to line the roads approaching Paris. But as the city expanded, the view of trees and countryside disappeared. By the 19th century, Paris was choked with expansion. In one of the first great programs of urban renewal, trees were imported from the countryside to line the streets and squares of Paris. Around the world, as cities grew and the space for gardens disappeared, the tree assumed a crucial role to help the urban dweller maintain a vital link with nature.
In order to bring relief to the most densely populated sections of Paris, Napoleon III established more than 70 pocket parks. Here, in the Square René Viviani, the oldest living tree in the city is testament to the greening of Paris. Pocket parks are modelled loosely on the privately maintained parks and squares that the Emperor Napoleon III had seen in London. They are characterized by borders of evergreen shrubs around a few specimen trees, and have more than doubled in number since the mid-19th century. Napoleon III gave the Bois de Boulogne to the city in one of his first acts as emperor. Once again, the current of one person's thought would ripple into the fabric of a city's life through its public gardens. Georges Haussmann had the foresight to appoint Jean-Claude Alphand to the task of revitalizing the former royal forest. Bois de Boulogne may be Napoleon III's grandest attempt to evoke public awe. This 2,000-acre park became a favorite place for fashionable promenades and romantic assignations. More than 60 miles of diverse plantings, winding lanes, bridle paths, lakes, and cascades provide pleasure at its most Parisian. The shade of more than 200,000 oaks, elms, black pine, and hemlock provide the leafy magic that makes urban dwelling tolerable. Parc Monceau was first laid out on a dry, barren site northwest of Paris in 1773. Like so many other former private pleasure grounds, it became public property after the Revolution, and was further transformed as part of Napoleon III's grandiose schemes. Perhaps most noteworthy to contemporary concerns, this greening of Paris took place entirely within existing city boundaries. The individuality of trees played a major role in these newly conceived compositions. No longer created as the geometric outgrowth of formal designs, their habits were allowed natural expression, which in turn encouraged the flourishing of natural emotion. It is no coincidence that in France, courtship is inextricably linked to the park. The great achievement of the public garden in France is that, in sheltering the masses, it celebrates the individual. Just as no two people are alike, the same is true of trees. And just as the age of a tree can be discerned in its rings, so the tenor of an age can be discerned in the way it preserves and cultivates. After all, even in the Bible, wisdom made its first appearance in the shape of a tree. What does he plant who plants a tree? He plants the friend of sun and sky. He plants the flag of breezes free, the shaft of beauty towering high. He plants a home to heaven and I, for song and mother croon of bird in hushed and happy twilight heard. The treble of heaven's harmony, these things he plants, who plants a tree.
There is no greater plea for the preservation of our beautiful, fragile planet than the tribute to trees, to nature, made by 14-year-old Anne Frank in her diary, just months before she died. I wonder if it's because I haven't been able to poke my nose outside for so long that I've become so crazy for everything to do with nature. Nearly every morning I go to the attic, and from my favorite spot on the floor, I look up at the blue sky and the bare chestnut tree, on whose branches little raindrops glisten like silver, and at the seagulls as they glide on the wind. As long as this exists, and I may live to see it, this sunshine, these cloudless skies, while this lasts, I cannot be unhappy. The best remedy for those who are afraid, lonely, or unhappy is to go outside, somewhere they can be quiet, alone with the heavens, nature, and God. Because only then does one feel that all is as it should be, and that God wishes to see people happy amidst the simple beauty of nature. As long as this exists, and it certainly always will, I know there will always be comfort for every sorrow. And I firmly believe that nature brings solace in all troubles.
There's an expression that says, happiness is to hold flowers in both hands. For those of us who love flowers, they are the heart and soul of a garden. From bud to bloom, they satisfy our taste for color, scent, and sentiment. The symbolism of flowers was well understood throughout history. Ophelia, in her madness, scattered pansies for thoughts and rosemary for remembrance. Ladies and their paramours elevated the language of flowers to an art. The first blossom of spring meant hope. Sweet William meant gallantry. And wisteria meant, I cling to thee. A renewed appreciation of the flower flourishes against the sprawl of industry and urban blight. More than ever, it isn't just the spring blossom that represents hope. It is any flower in a flower garden where, according to Sir Francis Bacon, the breath of flowers is far sweeter where it comes and goes like the warbling of music.
At Tintinal House, in the English countryside of Somerset, is a formal garden noted for the composition and sophistication of its perennial flower borders. These mixed beds, one of the most complex garden features to plan, are the defining feature of a flower garden. The borders at Tintinhull represent, with a grace seldom achieved, the English natural style. That is, plantings which may appear to have been wrought by nature for their wild and thriving look have in fact been planned meticulously, yielding a subtle blend of color and texture, of flower and leaf. A renowned gardener, garden consultant and author, Penelope Hobhouse is curator of the National Trust Garden at Tintinhull.
Penelope, everybody really dreams of having a natural garden, and you, I think, have achieved it, but is there really such a thing?
Well, I don't think there can't be, because that's a contradiction, really. Gardening is an art form, and you really have to put some planning into it. But I think the trying to get it to look as natural as possible is what gardening is all about for me.
Yes.
And you try and work your colours so that they all appear like natural drifts. You just do your best, and even if it's great woodland garden, it's still art.
What struck me when I first came into this garden is the sort of laciness of your borders, the gossamer quality.
Well, I think what we're trying to use are rather insubstantial flowers that do weave into each other all
Very
the time.
transparent,
Yes,
aren't
so
they?
we get that look, and sometimes they're outlined against the sky and really look airy. So we try not to use flowers with very solid petals.
I love that. How do you keep colours going all through the seasons?
Well, we try, but of course we don't succeed.
No.
So what we try and do is we get bits of the border coming to a peak at different times, and then we let one bit be quite green. I find that's much better.
But do you make a board, a scheme of what's going to come out and what's going?
Yes,
How
we
clever,
do. We
you
do,
see.
and
No.
I mean, each year we really redo it and then try and plan for next year. But sometimes plants, we love it when plants start spreading naturally like that, and then I find I can't really take them out.
And are all these perennials? Do they just?
Not all
Are they always
perennials,
there?
no, they're little groups of annuals which we use as drifts of extra
Which you
colour,
plant
but
every year.
always trying to make them look as natural as we possibly
Well,
can, as if
that
they were
you-
there. I mean, we all cheat as gardeners. We cheat a lot. We
Well,
have
I
to
think
do
that's
that.
only fair. Because
Yes, and we hope, we think most of the public think they're all permanent. And then what we do in the spring is we use dark red tulips over there and pale pink
lovely.
here to give a hint of what's going to come later.
Oh, how
so if people
lovely.
take that away in their mind, they still know what sort
Another
of
thing
colour.
I've never seen before is that that you have very tall plants right in the front.
Well,
It doesn't sort of always grade it up like, you know, we're used to seeing in
I
borders.
think I love it because it makes you feel like your sort of jungle effect.
Yes,
and
but
when you
so
look
do
at
I.
it in detail, if the sun was out, it means you make shadows behind.
But that's why it
plants.
doesn't look planned, as you say.
People think it's quite strange, I think, but that's all part of trying to make it look very natural.
I've also noticed that there's no such thing as a weed, is there?
A weed is only a plant in
Yes.
the wrong place.
Well, it's
so
a-
if you
it's a
can
wild
have
plant.
some wild flowers, like some of the little spurges we've noticed, and foxgloves, of course, that gives a wonderful,
Lovely.
simple and natural air.
Lovely.
I think that's very important, to use plants that will seed naturally and really like to colonize your garden. But then you have to direct them a little
Yes,
bit. Just a
take
little
care
bit.
before they go wild again.
Yes.
At their best, these perennial borders are the crowning achievement of the English flower garden, a complex mixture in which the whole is indeed greater than the sum of its parts. In the finest examples, the harmony of form and texture lends weight to the belief that at heart, the gardener is an artist whose palette is nature. At Hidcote Manor, Lawrence Johnston realized the mixed border on a grand scale. In his famous red border, the gradual ascent of red hues to a dark, sensuous level was decidedly unconventional and actually scandalous to some eyes. Not pretty or nice, the red border was bold and challenging. The history of flower gardens as we know them began in the 19th century, known to the English as the Age of Flowers, when thousands of new plant species were introduced, exotic trophies from faraway colonies. This abundance of flowers and unparalleled exchange between gardeners of all nations led to the elaborate Victorian fashion of bedding out, a laborious and highly ornamental practice in which hothouse flowers were planted for the duration of their blooming period and then replaced with fresher specimens. The popularity of the English flower garden grew, but within a rigid framework of theories and conventions. William Robinson was the great reformer of English flower gardening, removing the Victorian garden from its ornamental straitjacket to allow flowers to grow and breathe more naturally. He devoted the greater part of his life to convincing gardeners the world over that gardens can be beautiful year-round, not just when the flowers were in bloom. Robinson brought the herbaceous plant back into fashion and was the first authority to use the expression wild garden. Gertrude Jekyll, a contemporary of Robinson's, was the grande dame of English flower gardens. Her designs and writings continue to influence modern gardeners. Jekyll shared Robinson's passion for the natural look that has endured to this day, but her vision was more open-minded. A precociously liberated woman, she began her artistic pursuits early in life and distinguished herself as a painter, writer, silversmith, and woodworker. When failing eyesight forced her to limit her endeavors, she poured her energy into gardening. Jekyll's view of gardening accommodated complex influences and inspired gardeners to blend the wild with the formal, so long as this was done with an aesthetic balance, without the self-consciously beautiful incidents that she found excessive and contrived. She encouraged gardeners to pursue their own visions. Few regions of the United States have contributed as much to American literary and musical traditions as the Mississippi Delta. As its history has spawned indigenous artists of great power and passion, so has its native flora grown to a recognized character. At the Jim Buck Ross Agriculture and Forestry Museum in Jackson, Mississippi, annuals and perennials from marigolds and jasmine to cypress vine and coxcomb have found a home in the fertile soil of Jefferson Davis County. The prevalent theme at this 40-acre site is wild and natural. William Robinson would no doubt have been pleased with the typically American willingness to experiment, at times playfully. The diversity of climates found in the United States has allowed the curators here great range in their selection. Here is an opportunity to consider the North American flower in its natural context, recalling the words of brave Buffalo, a Sioux Indian born in 1838. When I was 10 years old, I looked at the land and the rivers, the sky above, and the animals around me, and could not fail to realize that they were made by some great power. I was so anxious to understand this power that I questioned the trees and the bushes. It seemed as though the flowers were staring at me, and I wanted to ask them, "Who made you?" As Native American tradition reminds us, every seed, every flower has a story to tell. Many of the most popular American species contributed to the wealth of new plant material abroad. The coreopsis, or tickweed, for example.
This is a Laterus odoratus, but I remember it from my childhood as a sweet pea. How much prettier the wonderfully descriptive names the English give their flowers. Buttercups and daisies, daffodils and dandelions, snowdrops and forget-me-nots, primroses and violets, snapdragons, Canterbury bells, hollyhocks, phlox, black-eyed Susans, Queen Anne's lace, pincushions, columbines, Michaelmas daisies, scarlet pimpernel, bird's eye, lupins, marigolds. red-hot pokers, goldenrod, pansies and periwinkles, cowslips, poppies, lilies and lavender, morning glory, honeysuckle, foxglove, larkspur, bleeding heart, wallflowers, goat's beard, milkweed, and love lies bleeding.
Napoleon said, "Where flowers are allowed to degenerate, man cannot exist." From a time when gardening was solely dedicated to sustenance, man has reached an age of appreciation for the pleasures found in a garden or in a single flower. Individual breeds of flowers go in and out of fashion like hemlines. Some actually disappear. The gardeners who remember something they saw in their grandmother's garden as a child risk being disappointed when they try to acquire it. In the world of flowers and flower gardens, a change in fashion can mean extinction. A flower garden is a vehicle for creative expression. Colors, hot or cool, vibrant or tranquil, satisfy the senses and nourish the soul. The English principles that call for a natural look and feel to flower gardens find even more adventurous expression here, barely 1 hour from Paris, in the fertile Seine Valley.
Perhaps in no flower garden in the world is there a freer, more exhilarating use of color than the one here in the French town of Giverny. Claude Monet, the father of Impressionism, created this garden with a painter's eye. More than anything, he said, "I must have flowers, always, always." Framed by a series of curving arches, this garden was a living canvas, an experiment with light, color and texture in which he painted with flowers. And everywhere you feel their lively, joyous presence.
Unencumbered by formal training or knowledge of horticulture, Monet intuitively grasped what he would need to create his garden. He first saw the pink stucco house when returning to Paris by train. Even as a passenger passing by from a distance, he could perceive the convergence of light and ambience that would lead him to his home of nearly 40 years. He arrived in 1883, firm in his resolve to create an environment in which he could work. Giverny would give him both inspiration and enduring contentment. Monet converted 3 acres of orchards into flower gardens, single-handedly designing his massive beds and enlisting the aid of his children to carry water and follow his detailed instructions. He planted with the purpose of creating a garden that could be appreciated from near or afar. Monet's approach to gardening reflected a mastery of the effects of color and light. His understanding of color was so well defined that he could detect and render variations in the play of light through the petals of a single flower. If there is an overriding principle that guided Monet in his garden, it was a love of pure colors, composed to create patterns that moved him through contrast or harmony. This understanding of tonal variations is evident in the boldness with which he planted wildly divergent breeds. Monet had a special affection for roses. He often used them to simplify color relationships by planting monochromatic masses known as color zones. Others could, as he put it, carry color high into the sky.
Monet hated anything formal, and although he laid out his borders and beds with classic French precision, straight lines disappeared under a lavish planting scheme. Monet broke all the rules by clashing colors and cultures, reds and pinks against yellows and purples, and prize blooms from Japan compete with humble native plants. To a well-bred Victorian sensibility, the cultivation of what some might call weeds was a horticultural shock. And yet, this surprising garden, as well as Monet's painting of it, show that he understood flowers with a sensitivity that amounts to genius.
Monet's garden at Giverny did not at first bring him the fame that his paintings did, but today it stands as further testament to the reach of his talent. It is only now, more than a generation after his death, that Monet the gardener received the recognition he deserves. Monet applied his knowledge of color, light, and composition in a willful effort to collaborate with nature. He painted in every season, working as many as 8 canvases at one time, moving from one to the other according to the variations in light that season or time of day provided. He was a true plein air impressionist, working outdoors in an effort to capture a single moment as elusive as light itself. Though he worked rapidly on a canvas, his methods in the garden included the planning that the greatest gardeners need to realize their vision. The notion of Monet's spontaneous inspiration in his garden is perhaps only half true. "I waited," he once wrote, "until the idea took shape, until the arrangements and composition of the motif had, little by little, inscribed themselves on my brain."
Monet spent the last years of his life fascinated with the reflection of flowers in water. Although he had a lifelong passion for travel, one day he stopped. He looked at his garden and realized that everything he ever wanted to see was here. His gardens became his living studio.
Monet's fascination with light in all its various forms found its greatest room to experiment in his water lily garden. There he could be certain of a vantage point that captured the marriage of light and water. A special gardener was assigned to take care of the pond. Each morning before Monet began to paint, this man would clear the water's surface to ensure that there was enough space between clumps of water lilies to enable reflections of the pond and sky to be seen. The water lilies, with their dominant blue-green hues, provided a tranquil counterpoint to the vigor of the main flower garden. Marcel Proust said, "If I can someday see Monsieur Claude Monet's garden, I feel sure that I shall see something that is not so much a garden of flowers as of colors and tones, less an old-fashioned flower garden than a color garden, so to speak." Giverny exists today much as Claude Monet left it. The workers tending his roses and poppies are reminders that a garden is a living thing, requiring constant care and attention. What was for Monet an outdoor studio is now a window on his world that holds a reflection of the artist still at work.
Monet's garden teaches us that we can all create beauty with nature, and that every gardener is an artist as well as a student. A garden, said Miss Jekyll, is a grand teacher. I rejoice when I see anyone, especially children, inquiring about flowers and wanting gardens of their own and carefully working in them. For love of gardening is a seed that once sown never dies, but always grows and grows to an enduring and ever-increasing source of happiness. Nothing illustrates the brilliance of nature's imagination better than a tropical garden. Only in the tropics does one find such sensual beauty, pleasing all of our senses. The feel of the soft, velvety air, the sound of the tropical birds and insects, and the pungent scent of exotic flowers. Brilliant colors that dazzle the eye.
In the tropics, everything about nature seems more exaggerated. Bigger foliage, faster growth, brighter flowers. Yet the cycle of life is the same as anywhere. Birth, life, death, decay, one leading into and nourishing the other. While a prized bloom to the gardener is nothing more than a seed factory to nature, the routine mechanics of reproduction produce the most dramatic of displays. Colorful inflorescences of bloom. The hills of Santiago in the Dominican Republic are home to the Villa Pancha, one of the most beautiful tropical gardens on earth.
The air here is so moist that some plants literally grow in the air. These tree-perching orchids do just that, soaring into the sky as if they're too light and too fine to be rooted to the earth.
Finding their moisture and nourishment from the air and rain, most orchids are epiphytes, from the Greek epi, upon, and phyton, a plant, upon a plant. By growing in trees in their natural environment, orchids are lifted to heights where they can be surrounded by light and moisture above the tangled mass of plants that live on the forest floor. High above, in the canopy of trees, though there is no soil, the sheer volume of vegetation provides orchids with all the elements they need to grow.
There are some 35,000 wild species and thousands of registered hybrid orchids, the largest family of flowering plants known to man.
The widely cultivated Oncidium orchid, native to Mexico, Central and South America, is known as the dancing doll orchid, a name inspired by the clusters of beautiful yellow flowers. Orchids share one uncompromising virtue, no matter where they are cultivated. They honor their origins and reflect them to every hothouse or garden where they grow.
These Vanda orchids were imported and planted 35 years ago. Yet here, they look as much at home as any other plant native to this environment.
From the wild, into cultivation, into the garden. The great legacy of extraordinary orchid flower shapes, colors and markings was nature's lure to sometimes one-of-a-kind species pollinators in a variety of unique habitats. Nature's giant greenhouse circles the globe, framed by the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, holding within it the greatest abundance of plant species on Earth. These verdant, fertile areas of wildness, isolated from one another by vast expanses of ocean and topography, evolved over millions of years. The distinct variations of situation and climate combine to create an unrivaled diversity of plant and animal species. Old World tropics, New World tropics. Hundreds of years ago, discovery of nature's exotic virgin bounty led to great plant expeditions and plant exchanges throughout the world. The lure of the tropics began. And this led to the creation of tropical botanical gardens, still of importance today. Kebun Raya at Bogor on Java is one of the oldest of Asia's botanical gardens. Like other early 19th century gardens, Kebun Raya's primary purpose was economic, to test and develop the newly discovered tropical plants, such as rubber, coffee, cocoa, for commercial use. One of Kebun Raya's most dramatic features is the grand avenue of majestic canarium trees, which soar to great heights, draped with epiphytes, ferns, and gigantic tropical climbing aroids. Great variations of elevation and rainfall within the tropics create microclimates that become the most defining characteristics of a plant's habitat. Just above Bogor, at an elevation of 4,500 feet, is Chibodas, an extension of the Kebun Raya garden for plants that prefer cooler weather. The valleys of Chibodas are filled with native and exotic ferns that spill over and soften the formal lines of the main garden layout. Today, one of the most important roles of botanical gardens is the care and conservation of rare and endangered plant species. On the Hawaiian island of Oahu, in the back of the Manoa Valley, is a garden of serene and tranquil beauty, the Lion Arboretum, founded in 1918 by the Hawaiian Sugar Planters Association to grow trees for reforestation on the denuded watersheds of Hawaii. With generous annual rainfall and elevations that climb above 1,800 feet, once barren cow pastures have been restored over decades of planning and planting to form an excellent array of specialty gardens, with over 8,000 plants from all parts of the world. The Arboretum's lowland tropical rainforest jungle by man 75 years ago with plants that thrive together, is now coming into its own. Leaf shapes and surfaces draw moisture from the air, yet quickly release water from heavy rains. Many of the plants growing on the forest floor are best known in temperate climates as reliable, easy-to-grow houseplants. For the gardener and the nature lover, every corner of this jungle is a living illustration of how plants grow and depend on one another, revealing the true workings of a fertile environment, whether in a forest or in a home garden. Here, dendrobiums, moss and staghorn ferns reach for the light and flourish in and upon the trees, while beautiful flowering plants fill the garden floor. Bird of paradise. Parrots speak heliconia. Heliconias are prized ornamentals in a tropical garden, natives of the Caribbean and tropical America. The inflorescence is made up of a stalk, either upright or hanging, holding a series of striking colored bracts, within which are their true, often inconspicuous flowers.
The magic of the tropics, where flowers look like birds and birds look like flowers. Tropical gardens have a rich cultural history. These dendrobiums are perfectly at home here in the Caribbean, but they were transplanted from Thailand. More than 100 years ago, a talented and courageous Englishwoman named Marion North brought her paints and drawing paper to Jamaica and captured this rich, ever-changing heritage.
Her painting from Jamaica of the beautiful shell ginger, native to India and Burma, captures precisely the porcelain-like texture of the drooping cluster of ginger shell buds and the vibrant yellow ruffle of the flowers. The leaves of the plant, used as wrappers for foodstuffs, alternate up long stalks that are often as tall as 12 feet. At a time when her compatriots in England were marveling at the new lush exotics in great hothouses under glass, Marion North's journeys to Brazil, India, Ceylon, Borneo and Java provided a window onto new worlds through illustrations of exotic plant life. Many of the plants she painted were barely known at the time, either botanically or horticulturally. Many of the most well-known today were already prospering in lands far from their original habitats. Some were widespread in their species form, such as the giant white bird of paradise tree from South Africa. Others would come to play a role in the culture as well as the landscape in their new homes. The plumeria from tropical America is a sacred temple flower in India. Marianne North's painting from Singapore of butterflies and breadfruit is one of 832 botanical paintings in the Marianne North Gallery at Kew Gardens. Though she most often found nature in a relatively pristine state, the indifference of civilization was already making its imprint in her time. She wrote, "To think of man, wasting treasures in a few years, to which savages and animals had done no harm for centuries." Perhaps no contemporary botanical artist has been more influential than Britain's Margaret Mee. Her plant watercolor portraits tell a poignant story to the world of vanishing beauty in the Amazon rainforest. Over 3 decades in Brazil, she completed 15 epic journeys on the Amazon. With her brush, she could capture the special beauty of a single species and celebrate the interdependence of flora and fauna, as in this painting of what has become the symbol of the vulnerable region called Amazonia. While Margaret Mee was establishing an unforgettable record in her botanical paintings, the place of Brazilian plants in the garden was being redefined by Brazil's great plantsman and landscape designer Roberto Burle Marx. Roberto believed the plant is not only a plant, rare, unusual, ordinary, or doomed to disappearance, but it is also a color, a shape, a volume, or an arabesque in itself. Plants exist not only for material reasons, but also because they depict the life of nature and the light, sounds, and perfumes that stir our emotions.
The beauty of the tropical garden is that everything grows with such profusion, energy, and speed. A gardener's dream. This loveliness at Villa Pancha in the Dominican Republic looks as if only nature created it. Yet these red-torched ginger were brought here from their native habitat in the South Pacific, not by the romantic trade winds, but by the knowing, loving hands of its owners, the Tavares family.
Villa Pancha has been created by 2 generations of the Tavares family. Here, Gustavo Tavares.
I have always been surrounded by gardens and in touch with nature. And I have lived here for a little over 65 years. The garden just grew around the house. I think the design is especially simple, in spite of the great mixture of different plants, the big trees, and I guess that is what gives it what you call elegance.
Tropics, the house and its garden are in striking harmony, providing protection against the intense heat of the day. The garden inviting one outside to its lush green shade. The cool of the house wide open, letting the outside in.
The house surrounds an open courtyard overflowing with foliage plants and flowers. The central courtyard design is a common arrangement in the tropics, designed to increase the natural light and air circulation in the house. At Villa Pancha, the courtyard and vine-covered patios and verandas serve to create a wonderful series of outdoor rooms, framed by near and distant views of the garden. And orchids are everywhere. The Phalaenopsis is widely cultivated for its graceful, long-lasting flowers. The name means resembling a moth. Epiphytic in the wild, the moth orchid is native to tropical Asia. The spidery Arachnis is a revered genus of orchid. In the wild, the draping display of its root growth is often as dramatic as the flower. Indonesia's natural botanical wealth is evident everywhere on Java. And today, its legacy promises to grow with a brand new garden, Taman Bunga Nusantara. The floating flowers of water gardens around the world have their origins in the tropics. The richly textured coleus was first brought to the West from Java in 1853. Here, at water's edge, thriving en masse, coleus display the generous nature of their distinctive foliage as a complement to other plants in the garden. The sacred lotus flower is rooted in the earth, but its majestic blossom flowers only after having traversed the water. Immortalized in paintings for centuries, the lotus is often seen growing alone or in colonies in the ponds and water gardens throughout tropical Asia. Discovery in the 1830s of the giant Amazonian water lily caused nothing short of a sensation in Europe. Temperate gardeners went to great lengths to provide the special conditions necessary for these new exotics to survive in captivity. Conservatories bloomed. In the mid-19th century, George Lawson noted in his book, The Royal Water Lily, "It is avowedly one of the great objects of exotic gardening to present to the eye vivid pictures of nature, as she is exhibited in the gorgeous vegetation of tropical lands."
This great garden, known as the Earth, has one verdant path circling its middle, the tropical belt, one of nature's greatest gifts.
The Hawaiian Islands, born of the sea, have a unique plant heritage. Native species, evolved from plants that once came by bird, wind, or sea, share the stage with tropical beauties brought later by human travelers. The Waimea Arboretum and Botanical Garden honors this heritage, presenting plants by islands, families, genera, and geography. The ginger family contains a large group of tropical herbs. White ginger is the most romantic of all the gingers, prized for its delicate blooms and enchanting fragrance. The Malay ginger is actually a costus. Here, a specimen of the costus plant displays inflorescences in many stages. The peach-colored flowers and the green bracts grow ever upwards into a long, erect cone. After flowering, each of the green bracts turns red until the entire technicolor head droops in brilliant display. Nestled in the Waimea Valley on the north shore of Oahu, within a series of winding paths and dells, the garden is home to 36 different plant collections. From rare and endangered species to celebrated and historic hybrids, including several important hibiscus collections. Conservation through cultivation. The Waimea Arboretum and Botanical Garden is one of 9 botanical gardens in the Hawaiian Islands. This portfolio of gardens provides a diverse range of benign microclimates, ideal for the care and protection of Hawaii's and the world's tropical plants. Only a few miles away, on the windward side of the island, is Ho'omaluhia, meaning peaceful refuge. In a spectacular setting at the foot of the Ko'olau mountain range, plants from major tropical regions around the world are grouped geographically, including the lofty African tulip tree from East Africa, the graceful yellow cassia from Malaysia is laden with gentle hanging clusters of lemon-colored blossoms in the shelter of the tree's lush leaves. But in the tropics, it's not just the flower that's of interest in a garden. Exotic displays of bracts and seeds. Magical inflorescences on palms. Some look like sprays of filament. Others, exuberant frizzled pom-poms. Or a multicolored beaded curtain. Or the bounteous mature fruit of the golden coconut. Nature's drama in the tropics, at once bigger than life, wilder than the imagination. The aptly named cannonball tree brings an almost primal, transcendent wildness to all who encounter it in its home in the heart of Honolulu in the Foster Botanical Garden. Roberto Burle Marx would be pleased. Cities can use the richness and range of nature, he has proclaimed. The cannonball's mysterious flowers grow on short, vining branches directly on the main trunk of the tree. The garden has many specimen and exceptional trees, nature's skyscrapers. Its prehistoric glen presents a comprehensive collection of cycads, primordial plants from the Coal Age, the rich inheritance of their fossils, the resource for our fuels. The garden makes a convincing statement. Plants are more than just the present. They are the past and the future. Begun as a private garden in the mid-19th century, the Foster Garden continues in the best tradition of the world's great botanical gardens. Artful presentation within a strong scientific foundation. The garden has an excellent collection of Vanda and other species orchids, as well as distinctive hybrids representing many orchid varieties. The orchid is a hybridizer's dream. Intergenera crosses produce whole new breeds. Some of the largest and most beautiful hybrids in the Cattleya strain are from crosses with the Brassivolia and the Laelia orchids, producing prized blooms with a wide range of color and markings. So often seen only as individual plants in temperate climates, the orchid tribes are a symphony of beauty when seen in concert with one another.
Like no other flower, the orchid conjures up the mysterious, exotic image of the tropics, because only here can it grow naturally. Even when raised at great expense in hothouses and cold climates, the orchid's fragile, wild, almost animal beauty still transports our imagination to the heat of these faraway lands.
Had a weakness for white flowers, not only in the garden, but in arrangements. And I have always dreamt of a white garden.
The principles for creating a beautiful garden, in harmony with its climate and culture, are the same the world over. The variant of ingredients, at once unique and universal, plant color, texture, form. There is perhaps no more vivid expression of the enduring need for nature and her abundance than a tropical garden. The earth, forevermore a garden, humankind, forevermore her gardeners.
At night, nature in the tropics is as beautiful, if not more beautiful, than it is by day. Like the night-blooming jasmine, there are many flowers that open as the sun goes down and fill the night with their sweet, heavy perfume, luminescent in the light of the moon. Crickets, geckos, and other creatures soothe you with their sounds till dawn, when another day breaks in paradise. This is Saioji, the moss temple in Kyoto. It was built by the Zen Buddhist priest Musu Soseki over 7 centuries ago. An enchanted world of shades of green, it is carpeted by some 130 varieties of moss.
The moss is the most recent layer in this garden's evolution. In Japanese gardens, new ideas are layered over old, but the old are never discarded. They remain like ancestors, lingering with a muted presence that enriches the new. Each layer of the garden's history is part of a synthesis of a cultural and spiritual legacy that has unfolded through centuries. During the tumultuous years of internal wars and social upheaval between the 15th and 19th centuries, Saihoji lay in ruin. But the damp climate nourished the growth of a rich, velvety cover of moss over its entire grounds. Nature created its own garden, covering the past until a time when peace would return. Saihoji was one of the first paradise gardens created in Japan. Placed within the precincts of temples, paradise gardens represent glimpses of heaven on earth. The pond at Saihoji was to represent the place in heaven of the Buddhist deity Amida. The garden's role was more than symbolic. It was to serve the function of providing temple visitors with a serene environment for contemplation. Once known as the Temple of Western Paradise, Saihoji today is known as the Moss Temple. To step into a Japanese garden is to step into another world, not in terms of geography, but of the spirit, of silence, serenity, and contemplation. We are enchanted, not just by what we see, but by a strong physical and emotional sensation of the eloquence from centuries of culture, aesthetics, and philosophy.
The pristine state of Saihoji today, the velvety softness of the moss, and the unobstructed view through the trees make the garden into a world of enchantment, as one accepts its quiet, delicate beauty. An emotion often expressed in Japanese art, but nowhere quite so tangibly as here.
With the rise of Zen Buddhism in the 15th century, garden philosophy changed in Japan. Ryoenji in Kyoto is a superior example of a kare-sansui, or dry landscape garden. No plants are used. The elements of nature are represented by rocks and raked gravel. Zen priests said what was needed to attain satori, or enlightenment, was not thought, but insight, intuition. Nature's decorative apparel should be as far as possible taken aside, leaving only the rudiments to illuminate. Water itself was unnecessary, the illusion of it, however, essential. Sand or gravel represented streams or the sea to evoke mujo, the ever-changing quality of things. Rocks and groupings of stones provided the framework for the garden, representing stability, permanence, the order of nature. Part of the enchantment of a Japanese garden comes in acceptance of the mutable use of elements. Stones as mountains, gravel as sea, water as an embodiment of the entire universe. There's probably nothing that has influenced the Japanese garden more than a shared love of the landscape in its natural state. From this has grown a reverence for simple, subdued beauty, expressed for centuries through architecture, painting, sculpture, and calligraphy. In the garden, the Japanese aesthetic prefers the unadorned skills of nature to those of man.
The dewdrop, glittering on a leaf in the morning sun, does not merely reflect, but concentrates and contains the sky and surrounding world on its shimmering surface. Similarly, the whole garden, down to the flashing dewdrop, is not a thing isolated from the world, but a condensation of all of nature.
A purely symbolic, abstract garden in front of the main hall at the Dyson Inn sub-temple is made only of white gravel, raked into patterns with 2 white gravel mounds contained within. It is known as the Great Sea, created by the immense imaginary river and waterfall from the temple's other karisansui, or dry natural scenery garden. The Great Sea is situated at the south of the abbot's quarters, where the white expanse of sand catches the eye and stimulates the spirit. In ancient times, gravel was spread in certain areas as a symbol of religious purity. There are many recognized patterns, ripples, large waves, whirling streams that are used alone or in some combination with one another. On the east side of the temple is the dry natural scenery garden of the Dyson Inn, which has had a great influence on the courtyard gardens of later ages. Here the river flows freely, symbolizing the broadening of human understanding following trials and hardship. The beautifully shaped treasure ship stone is laden with the riches of experience. In the northeast corner, the waterfall surges from the rocks of Mount Horai, creating the stream that flows into the river that flows into the Great Sea. Based on Chinese landscape paintings, in these small spaces, the scenery of mountains and rivers dominate as a strong and clear theme. In the Ryogen-in temple, one of the oldest Zen Buddhist temples in Japan, the main garden was originally designed in the Muromachi period of the 13th century. In 1980, the garden was converted into an Oraisan-style rock garden when its main tree, over 700 years old, withered. The new design reconciles the formal principles of balance and aesthetic beauty with the irregular shape and weathered aspect of the natural stone materials. The tall, vertical stone represents Mount Horai. The moss mound is Tortoise Island. The 2 small rocks in the right corner are Crane Island, the white sand showing the sea. Ryogen-in is also home to the smallest stone garden in Japan, Totokiko, the sandy ripple showing the central truth of the garden. The stronger the power of the stone thrown into the water, the larger the ripples are.
Several times a year, gardeners come to a shrine to care for every bush and every tree. When they finish, one wonders what they actually did. The outlines of the trees remain the same. But then one sees that they have grown lighter, more balanced, more delicate. Suddenly a pine tree looks the way pine trees look in old woodcuts. The shaping touch of the human hand is scarcely noticeable, having served strictly to bring to light the natural beauty of things in themselves.
The Konshi-in temple of the Rinzai sect of Zen Buddhism has 2 gardens from the early Edo period, a dry landscape garden and a pond garden. The pond is in the shape of the Chinese character kokoro, or heart. The garden was designed by Kobori Enshu, a cultivated man and shogunal official. Therefore, this is a garden that reflects aristocratic aesthetics and uses many elements that connote good fortune, longevity, and beauty. Conchi Inn is admired for its refined aesthetics, evident in the gardens, the architecture, and the plants themselves. Many of the Conchi Inn buildings are designated as important cultural assets in Japan. Flanking the sea of sand of the dry garden, the path between helps to illustrate the dual function of stepping stones in the gardens of Japan. They are both practical and ornamental. This path configuration is an hizumi, or a shallow curve. The worship stone is set in a scene representing the distant mythic island of Harai, the everlasting land of the Isles of Eternity. All to be viewed across the expanse of the sea of sand, with a backdrop of greenery borrowed from the mountains behind. In Japan, the relationship between garden and architecture is one of harmony and balance, and this is reflected in the choice of materials. Traditionally, the Japanese avoid complete partitioning, using sliding wooden doors or fusuma, or shoji, the still lighter paper-filled lattice panels. In ancient times, people made niwa in the space in front of their humble dwellings. Niwa means open space. There they planted trees and brought in stones, not carved or cut, works of art created over the millennia by nature. They could be used as potential dwellings of the gods, only if left in their natural state. Japan has been highly populated for centuries. Mountain chains leave only a fraction of the total landmass for habitation. As the landscape has defined the images, availability of space has influenced the imagination. In Shakei, the borrowed scenery garden style, near and distant views are borrowed to enhance the perception of space. Set against the backdrop of the Higashitama Hills, with its stark white gravel forecourt, the Heian Shrine was created only a century ago to commemorate the 1100th anniversary of Kyoto, then the imperial capital called Heian-kyo. The gardens are a rare example of an extensive pond garden on the grounds of a Shinto shrine.
In Shinto, there is no hereafter. A person's soul, however, does not simply disappear, but merges with nature. And as life is wholly of this world, one desires to endow even the most commonplace things with so much beauty that the living can experience as much joy as possible in this world. An effort to achieve aesthetic harmony can be perceived everywhere in Japan. For the Japanese, this world remains the most beautiful of all worlds.
The Japanese garden in the Brooklyn Botanic Garden in New York is a soft, serene, and gentle environment, and an excellent representation of the ancient hill and pond-style garden. Ponds in a Japanese garden are traditionally modeled on natural bodies of water and shorelines, also on Chinese written characters. Those for mind, river, and water are especially common pond shapes. This pond is in the shape of the Chinese character Xin, which can mean either heart or mind. The torii is the gateway to heaven, modelled on the famous camphorwood one in Miyajima, which stands on the true sea in Japan. Notable elements from the ancient hill and pond garden styles are in strong evidence at the famed Katsura detached palace in Kyoto. The earliest extant stroll garden in Kyoto, many of the features also strongly reflect the legacy of elements from the tea garden. The waiting booth for the tea house at Katsura is flanked by 2 kasuga-type lanterns. The stone lanterns and stepping stones in tea gardens became indispensable elements of the Japanese garden.
Stepping stones were placed in such a way that the eyes, by necessity, must look down to secure one's foothold, then to look up and see with fresh focus yet another lovely sight, sweeping away and leaving behind already dwindling mundane thoughts. Tea gardens, therefore, ushered in the design of gardens to be passed through and gradually imbue the visitor with the serene mental state suitable to the tea ceremony.
Tea gardens are usually quite small, rarely more than 300 square yards. The beautiful tea houses at Hakusansu face each other across the central pond. The Japanese tea garden is designed to calm the soul and offers an oasis of serenity in a crowded world. Here is the fencing style characteristic of ryoanji. Bamboo is a favored element of the Japanese garden, planted in groves, used for tools, or for fencing to define the garden's very shape. The several styles of weaving have evolved in service of function and aesthetic. Some are of such distinction that they are now recognized as styles with the namesake of the garden.
Never did I think such green could exist outside of Ireland. But when one of the most beautiful gardens of Japan, Shinshinan, lying at the foot of forest-covered Mount Higashiyama, a stream of water flowing and curving among the trees, bushes, rocks, pebbles, and white sand, forming an almost abstract work of nature's art.
The garden at Shinshinan is a contemporary private stroll garden covering approximately 3 acres that evidence the distillation of hundreds of years of Japanese garden design. Teiji Ito, a noted landscape architect and teacher, has observed, "Too strict an adherence to form is equivalent, in the words of an old Japanese proverb, to straightening horns and killing the cow." While form is essential and richly defined in a Japanese garden, it is never ascendant over the content of the gardener's mind and heart.
Yet Shinshinan was not created just to please the eye, but for the purpose of strolling, giving mind and body the opportunity to come to rest. This strolling garden, an extension of the tea garden, was designed in such a way that each turn along its gentle path brings one upon a constantly changing and varied vista of beauty.
The stroll garden invariably has a large pond encircled by footpaths. The concept developed in the previous century of a sequence of spaces in the tea garden blossomed on a large scale in the stroll garden. The winding pathways linked the garden's attractions: a waterfall, tea ceremony house, a rustic cottage, stone lanterns, and streams. These features and the path linking them are designed in such a way as to create a kind of music for those strolling in the garden. Within this, the gardener has carefully designed an appearing-disappearing effect, each designed to engage and shift the focus and thoughts of the visitor. Open dells leading toward quiet paths in wooded areas or by a pond. Exhilarating vistas in sunlit space giving way to pensive corridors of sun-dappled woods. A rhythmical sequence in which the visitor is caught up and transported into the pleasures of the landscape. The pond at Shinshin-an is floored with a rich grey clay that greatly enhances the intended reflective characteristics of the pond. It is this attention to detail that gives Shinshin-an its celebrated status. The aesthetic of balance, so evident in the garden at Shinshin-an, is a manifestation of a larger view that shapes not only a landscape, but a culture.
These gardens, these peaceful islands of spiritual beauty, bear living witness to thousands of years of Japanese history and mystique. A strangely powerful spell is cast over us of ancient formality and eternal charm. A charm that urges us to return again and again. Spring. I love the first tulips of spring. Planted in the chill of autumn, they rest and resist through long freezing winters, even under snow. And then they burst forth, affirming rebirth and hope.
Once the exclusive domain of the wealthy, the tulip is now the reigning queen of spring flowers in gardens throughout the world. And nowhere are spring bulbs grown in greater profusion than in the gardens of the Keukenhof in Holland. Massive beds of tulips, narcissi and hyacinth are displayed in a park-like setting, surrounded by undulating pools and waterways under a canopy of ancient beech trees. Under the care of the Royal Association of Bulb Growers since 1949, the Spring Parade of Colour from the end of March through mid-May draws thousands of admirers each year. The Keukenhof celebrates the full season of tulips in spring, early, mid and late season blooms. In 1654, the first horticultural monograph ever published stated, "As the diamond dominates other stones, as the sun dominates the stars, so does the tulip dominate all other spring flowers."
Tulips are exquisitely simple flowers. They bring a sense of innocence to a garden. Their gay, clear colors are full of cheer, and they have a way of making even a formal garden friendly. Some of the rarest are here at the Keukenhof. Parrot tulips always amuse me, because they look like just that, parrots. And the enduringly popular cottage tulip, it's a true survivor. It was named for the cottage gardeners to whom it became available after the wealthy abandoned it. And these are just a few of the delightful possibilities.
In its own subtle way, each tulip suggests, beyond its beauty of the moment, the individual tastes of a given time, by its name, its shape, its color, or class. This is the early blooming Dak van Tol. At the beginning of this century, it was crossed with the late blooming Darwin tulip to create an entirely new class of tulip, the Mendel, which blooms mid-season. The Mendels bear the name of the world-famous 19th century monk Gregor Johann Mendel, who laid the foundation for modern genetic theory. What Mendel ultimately discovered through science, tulip fanciers in their constant quest for new beauty had tried to manipulate for years. The tulip arrived in the Netherlands, its home away from home, 4 centuries ago. The story begins with one man, Carolus Clusius. In the late 16th century, Clusius came to Holland to curate the new botanical garden in Leiden. He brought and planted seeds of the tulipan, which he had received from Constantinople. Clusius's study and cultivation of the tulip caused a sensation across all of Holland. Before, the tulip was virtually unknown in Western Europe, though it had long been admired in Turkey. The powerful Ottoman Sultan Suleiman so loved the tulip that he made it the official flower of his court. The 6-pointed petals of this cultivar, Kaufmanniana regal, is reminiscent of the shape of the tulips cultivated by the Turks. In Europe, the humanist revival of learning and advancement of science led to the laying out of botanical gardens and the publication of books about plants. New flowers from the colonies were eagerly accepted by the cultured population, who were always ravenous for new beauty. The 17th century was a golden age for Holland, which was basking in the riches garnered from trade with its colonies. A new and wealthy merchant class emerged. Their stately residences rose along the canals of Amsterdam and featured gardens where these rare and exotic new flowers from Turkey could be displayed. To these rich merchants, the tulip became a symbol of affluence that distinguished them from their inferiors. In 1634, the year Rembrandt painted Flora, the Roman goddess of flowers and spring, a 3-year phenomenon called tulip mania began. During the frenzy of tulip mania, a simple fleeting flower came to be valued in the same way gold, jewels, or even paintings are today. The Dutch admiration for tulips developed into an obsession. Prices for individual bulbs reached astronomical amounts. Individuals sold their businesses, livestock and clothing even their homes, to finance the purchase of a single bulb. After 3 years, the artificially inflated prices of bulbs suddenly dropped, the market collapsed, and the Dutch economy was in ruin. Speculators were openly ridiculed, and Rembrandt's innocent Flora was transformed into a world-weary woman.
It is sometimes difficult to realize that the simple tulip was the centerpiece of a complex cultural phenomena, a coming together of empire, horticultural discovery, commerce, and the arts. In the 17th century, when tulip mania was in its boisterous bloom, the very light and air which created the perfect climate for this change inspired the great Dutch and Flemish masters to capture forever the beauty of these flowers.
The early development of the flower paintings went hand in hand with the era's keen new interest in botany. Individually, flowers were painted as accurately as possible, but the assembled flowers in these paintings were pure fantasy. For in nature, they could never be in bloom at the same time. What's more, the flowers depicted were so rare and expensive that it would cost a king's ransom to gather such a bouquet. The canvases are rich with metaphorical images which had significance for the whole of contemporary Europe. Butterflies, for example, were a sign of rebirth. Fallen flower petals signified the ravages of time. The Dutch called these paintings pronkstilleven, show-off still lives, because the rare and exotic tulips pictured symbolized wealth, power, and taste. Renaissance culture created an atmosphere where tulips could grow into both economic and artistic prominence. The exploration of new territories and the quest for knowledge created an atmosphere in which gardens were considered an art form equal to painting and sculpture. The garden of Het Loo in the Netherlands, at the palace of William and Mary, is a logical extension of this art form. It reflects the fusion of Renaissance and Baroque garden designs of the period. Looking over the Queen's Garden at Het Loo, with its sparse bedding of tulips, one is reminded that in her time they were far too expensive and sensitive to be planted en masse. Some of the most prized tulip specimens of 300 years ago are still grown today. These are broken tulips, tulips whose monochromatic color is interrupted by stripes, spots, and swaths of different colors. Early cultivators learned that such color breaks could not be passed along via seeds. One had to go through the involved task of multiplying individual bulbs to perpetuate the break. It was not until 1926 that scientists finally understood the reason for the breaks. A virus invades the cells of the tulip, creating a variation in the color of the flower. The breaks in the Prince Carnival tulip from the 1930s are a wonderful illustration of this, with their red flame pattern bursting through what was once obviously a simple yellow tulip.
All that incredible beauty from something that looks like an onion. It reminds me of a childhood poem. Clean and round, heavy and sound, in every bulb a flower. Is it possible to change what's inside? Throughout the years, the accomplishments of tulip hybridizers have been remarkable, so that today we have an embarrassment of riches, an abundance of colors, and a variety of shapes. Yet breeders can elaborate only on what nature has already prepared each bulb to do.
Looking out over the radiant expanse of a massive tulip field, one must remember that the item being cultivated here is not the flower, but the bulb at its base. Until this century, tulip growers had little variety in the form and size of the plants they produced. But in Holland, where bulb growing has been passed down from generation to generation, the art has reached a level of sophistication akin to that of a great vineyard. Color, height, stem thickness, blooming period, and cup shape are all strictly monitored and controlled during cultivation. The word bulb is applied to all plants that store energy for their seasonal cycle in an underground storage organ. The growth cycle of the bulb is a multi-phase process. When planted, a bulb is dormant. Moisture causes it to produce a root system, which in turn creates leaves and flowers. These blooms help the plant reproduce and store food before withering, producing bulblets, and returning to dormancy. This is Lucky Strike, a triumph tulip with a tall, sturdy stem that supports the distinctive conical flowers of this mid-season blooming tulip. The earliest tulip growers classified their bulbs as either early, mid, or late season. Mystery of India and El Toreador are double earlies who are rather stout of stem and do well in the cold winds of March. Fringed beauty to some, fringed beastly to others. Tulips with fringed or laciniate petals have developed spontaneously as mutations or sports. All are in the parrot race of tulips. Many of the species or wild tulips so popular with gardeners today were actually reintroduced to cultivation in the 19th century. Specific flowers are a bit like fashions, falling in and out of favor over the years. The parade of tulips through spring, earlies, singles, lates, doubles, are part of a symphony of spring bulbs. The overture is played by the snowdrops before winter's end. The crocus is not a true bulb. It is a corm with swollen roots that hold its nutrients. Like a great many bulbs, its origins are in the Mediterranean and Asia. Man's use of crocuses is primarily aesthetic, with one economically important exception. Their stigmas produce the rarest of all spices, saffron. The iris, with 3 erect petals, standards, and 3 drooping ones, or falls, is a member, along with the crocus, of Iridicae, the iris family. Always maintaining its heraldic shape, the iris inspired the creation of the fleur-de-lis, which came to be the symbol of France and Christianity during the Crusades in the 12th century. Narcissi, also called daffodils and jonquils, are late-blooming bulbs that are known for their hardiness. Certainly one of the easiest spring bulbs to grow, they are not only resilient in the garden, but with a minimum of care tend to increase abundantly with each new season. The name Narcissus is derived from the same root as narcotic, because of the supposed dizzying effect of the flower's perfume, which is so strong that it gives some people headaches. The Royal Horticultural Society lists no less than 8,000 different varieties of this enduringly popular flower. Perhaps the only living beings not favorably disposed towards the daffodil are squirrels and gophers, who normally love to feast on bulbs. Like the belladonna lily, daffodils are part of the amaryllis family, and predators avoid them because their bulbs are extremely poisonous. The hyacinth, with its plethora of bell-shaped blooms, is the diminutive bulb whose scent is close to that of a peach. Long cherished as one of the loveliest and sweetest smelling flowers of spring, they grew wildly and abundantly in ancient Greece. But they were first cultivated in the Middle East as early as the 13th century. The Persian poet of that era, Saadi, wrote of the flower, "If of thy mortal goods thou art bereft, and from thy slender store 2 loaves alone to thee are left, sell one, and with the dole buy hyacinths to feed thy soul." The blue grape hyacinth, or muscari, is a bulb that is frequently utilized as an underbedding flower because of its relatively short height. But imaginative gardeners, particularly at the Kirchenhof, realized the potential visual power of these tiny blue sweetly scented blossoms. When planted in mass beddings, the impact of their deep blue color is staggering. At the Kirchenhof, these carpets of blue muscari lead the eye of the visitor from one grouping of tulips to another, almost as if one were traveling on a river of flower petals.
bulbs and their sparkling flowers are nature's gift, but it is people who create their environment, shaping the earth, choosing the colors, planting the trees, and putting bulbs in the ground to wait for their beauty to emerge.
Planted in the fall, bulbs have the ability to fit readily into almost any tableau, be it next to a canal, dotting an embankment, or lining a city street. Their cheery, upright exuberance as they stretch toward the sun gives them a familiar, almost comforting appearance. Easily fitting into the fabric of our day-to-day lives, they are a welcome aspect of spring. Cheney's Manor House in Buckinghamshire, England, incorporates bulbs into its garden in a decidedly sophisticated fashion. These Angelique tulips are double late ones that are distinguished from early tulips by their compact flowers and their height, oftentimes as tall as 24 inches. Their lengthy stems make them excellent for cutting. In its planting of bulbs, Cheney's takes advantage of the different blooming periods of the flowers, so that its spring border effect is perpetuated for the duration of the season. Lily-flowered varieties are commingled with parrot tulips. Old-time favorites find themselves in a close proximity to newer examples of breeding. In the white garden at Cheney's, absence of color is reinforced by muscari, daffodils and tulips, all of which bloom in white. Lily-flowered tulips are distinguished by their long, narrow, outward-curving, rather delicate pointed petals. These graceful flowers are the result of crosses between Tulipa retroflexa and certain pink Darwins. The long petals reflect like those of a lily, and the flowers are carried on slender but sturdy stems. Planting non-tulip flowers alongside bulbs camouflages one of the drawbacks of tulips, the necessity of leaving the wilted leaves of the flower intact so that the bulb can ripen for growth next year. At Garsington Manor near Oxford, different compartments are used to combine the natural with the formal, so that during all 4 seasons the garden's beauty is maintained. Fritillaria imperialis, crown imperials, are taller and showier in spring beds than the loftiest and most brightly colored tulips. Because of their height, they are frequently planted in the rear of flower beds. But Frits are planted for show, not scent, which is another reason why they find themselves in the back of flower beds, as their perfume smells something like a skunk. The mass plantings of tulips at the Keukenhof are the outgrowth of bulb hybridization. Through the standardization and control of hybrids, massive uniform beds can exist. 100 years ago, it would have been impossible to even conceive of a park like this. These are Darwin hybrid tulips. Named after Charles Darwin, their ancestors are believed to have been cultivated by peasants before being introduced into the tulip market in the late 19th century. Originally a very weak flower that wilted quickly, hybrids transformed the flower into this robust, brightly colored, and immensely popular export.
I think if God were to make a patchwork quilt, it would look like this. Yet for me, the most beautiful is still nature's way. A carpet of flowering bulbs in the forest, all growing in a clump at the foot of a tree, just touched by the sun.
There are times when the manicured, well-scrubbed face of the garden seems forced and contrived, and one pines for the unruly, organic environs where trees and flowers grow according to their own wills. It's important to visit such places, no matter how small they may be, so that one can reacquaint oneself with the goddess Flora and hope to understand something of her grand unpredictability. And of the plants that live under her natural mantle, none are more willing and docile than bulbs. There is something of the quintessence of nature in the informal and unstudied manner they collect in rocky crags, wooded arbors, meadows, and along streams. But in a broader sense, it is our rediscovery of a familiar flower in its natural setting that allows one to put the world in perspective, enabling us to reform our thoughts in a new and inspiring way.
The great English poet John Keats wrote, "I have seen foreign flowers in hothouses of the most beautiful nature, but I do not care a straw for them. The simple flowers of our spring is what I want to see again."
Ready? And action.
This is Holland. Small, flat, and so beautiful. I spent most of my childhood here. These lands lie so low beneath sea level that time and again through the ages, they've had to be reclaimed from unrelenting seas by the Dutch with equally unrelenting resourcefulness and courage. In February, when the cold mist rises, there's a promise of spring in the air and that delicious smell of the earth and things growing.
Second. Okay, camera's ready, and dolly. Flowers, 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 and there she is, Audrey.
I love the first tulips of spring. Spring. I love the first tulips of spring. Planted in the chill of autumn, they rest and resist through long freezing winters, even under snow. And then they burst forth, affirming rebirth and hope. Their purity of shape and
their long, crisp, squeaky leaves, have sort of held me spellbound since I was a child. Tulipa, tulip, tulpen. The tulip has become the national flower of the Netherlands, a legacy forever linked to the history of this country.
Perfect.
Home, boys! Nooit aan zichzelf heeft gedacht. En die voor mij een grote voorbeeld is geweest. Als u het goed vindt, zou ik deze tulp willen geven aan mijn lieve tante Jacqueline, ridder van Oranje Nassau. En nu allemaal naar huis. Dank u wel, ik wil u allemaal bedanken, maar het is te nat.
De burgemeester zal nu een toast uitbrengen.
Oh ja, oké.
Begin maar gauw.
Even bij de bloemen, kan dat?
Ja, oh.
Ja, gaan wij een beetje naar achteren.
Allemaal even terug, even toast.
Zo. Ik denk
Neem
even
haar maar mee.
hier opzij.
Ja, nee.
Ja.
Krijgt mevrouw Hepburn ook nog daar een kopie
Ah, ik heb het zonder mijn naam.
Bij het kruisje.
Dat was geen.
You learned from not a Thank you.
I can't believe the clock works. Can I start again? Sorry. I lost my country. It is sometimes difficult to realize that the simple tulip was the centerpiece of a complex cultural phenomena, a coming together of empire, horticultural discovery, commerce, and the arts. In the 17th century, when tulip mania was in its boisterous bloom, the very light and air which created the perfect climate for this change inspired the great Dutch and Flemish masters to capture forever the beauty of these flowers.
45, Mark.
Just the feet here.
Yeah.
Like this. One beat.
Just holding for a rule.
Okay, now they're yelling again. Ready?
Screaming child. Good.
Oh, it's gotten much better.
It's gotten much better, hasn't it?
Shall I cut? Or are we doing it?
No, let's do it. Okay, stand by.
We'll dub it. It's okay.
And action.
I think if God were to make a patchwork quilt, it would look like this. Yet for me, the most beautiful is still nature's way. A carpet of flowering bulbs in a forest, all growing in a clump at the foot of a tree, just touched by the sun. The air here is so moist that some plants literally grow in the air. These tree-perching orchids do just that, soaring into the sky as if they're too light and too fine to be rooted to the earth.
Stand by. And action.
Nothing illustrates the brilliance of nature's imagination better than a tropical garden. Only in the tropics does one find such sensual beauty, pleasing all of our senses. The feel of the soft, velvety air, the sound of the tropical birds and insects, and the pungent scent of exotic flowers. Brilliant colors that dazzle the eye.
Mark.
Throwing feelers out. Okay, Mike is crowding me a little bit. Okay, cameras ready. And action.
Some of the most magnificent public gardens and parks in the world today were originally created for the private pleasures of their owners, who were often passionate and skillful gardeners.
Mark!
Hum, hum. Shh. Oh, there's a lot of noise, eh?
Quiet! As speed.
Mount Vernon, the home of George Washington, the first president of the United States, the founder of the nation, and one of the great gardeners of his time. Among the never-failing joys of George Washington's private life were his gardens. The planting, arrangement, and care of his trees, vegetables, and flowers filled his life with constant satisfaction, which he so fully expressed when, after the Revolution, he wrote, "The more I am acquainted with agricultural affairs, the better I am pleased with them." Several times a year, gardeners come to a shrine to care for every bush and every tree. When they finish, one wonders what they actually did. The outlines of the trees remain the same. But then one sees that they have grown lighter, more balanced, more delicate. Suddenly a pine tree looks the way pine trees look in old woodcuts. The shaping touch of the human hand is scarcely noticeable, having served strictly to bring to light the natural beauty of things in themselves.
Mark! Stand by, please, Audrey.
Romantic, strangely lovely Nympha, a medieval village built in the Pontine marshlands and named after a tiny Roman temple that used to stand here. Nympha was once considered a place of magic. Its lake inhabited by nymphs and benevolent gods. The river that flows through the town is said to be the tears shed by the young noblewoman Nympha, who mourned endlessly upon learning of her lover's death. What has been destroyed by time has not been restored, but what has remained has been preserved. What was once a neglected, wild thicket sprawled with greenery is now a bewitching, enchanted mass of tangled sweetness. Nympha, a romantic affirmation of the freedom of expression possible in a country garden.
Mark.
This is Villa Gambaraya, high in the hills above Florence. Villa, gardens, and countryside exist in perfect harmony.
Stand by. Action.
The formal garden is a reflection not only of its time, but also the Greek and Roman principles of beauty which inspired it. Some of the classical elements in this garden, and many other formal gardens, can be traced back 2,000 and even 3,000 years.
Cut.
The Italian Renaissance garden appeals to our sense of order and proportion, yet there are other delights as the hand of art was meant to be very visible in the Renaissance.
No Renaissance garden was considered complete without water features. The Villa Lante, north of Rome, flowing down a steep hillside with an enchanting series of terraces and fountains, is considered the perfect realization of a Renaissance garden. Here, the strict rules of proportion and harmony that characterize Renaissance art fuse the works of man and the gifts of nature. The effect, though entirely artificial, is not unnatural.
Seconds. Stand by.
Perhaps in no flower garden in the world is there a freer, more exhilarating use of color than the one here in the French town of Giverny. Claude Monet, the father of Impressionism, created this garden with a painter's eye. More than anything, he said, "I must have flowers, always, always." Framed by a series of curving arches, this garden was a living canvas, an experiment with light, color, and texture in which he painted with flowers. And everywhere you feel their lively, joyous presence.
6, mark. Action.
The Roseraie at Les des Roses, south of Paris, perfectly illustrates the French ideal of a rose garden. The rose has figured prominently in poetry, religion, medicine, and superstition. The story of the rose and the meaning of its mystique is twined throughout the history of man, a symbol of perfection and elegance, of romance and love, of war and of peace. Even when the ancient Greeks referred to the rosy-fingered dawn of civilization, the rose was there. In 17th century France, it was thought that every garden should have a parterre, lawns, and bosquets with interlacing walkways. Axial alignment, which draws the eye to the landscape, was emphasized by long, radiating allees of trees. The parterre de broderie, embroidered patterns, dramatizes the hand of man in nature. But despite the Baroque sensibility of its era, this garden is a masterpiece of restraint. The vista gracefully continues along a large pool and a broad alley of grass with a mixed woodland bosquet on either side. The garden lines are simple, the adornments few. The use of perspective in the landscape is dramatically exploited, each vista calmly reflected in the canals and moats. The garden is typical of 17th century France. Man's mastery over nature sets the theme. Of all the parks in Paris, the Jardin de Luxembourg is the most successful in joining the pleasures of park and garden on a human scale. It is a 60-acre sanctuary where one is encouraged to loiter in nature. Here, flowers, water, and trees form an urban retreat, an escape from a city where congestion has reached the limits of the absurd.
Stand by, Audrey.
Yeah.
Action.
The garden's atmosphere is charged with the personalities of its inhabitants, who keep thousands of garden chairs on the move in search of sun, shade, and nourishment of the senses. A public park full of private spaces, it is designed to accommodate the individual. At the turn of the century, Isadora Duncan used to dance here at dawn. Today it is still a haven for lovers, thinkers, walkers, chess players, and most especially children.
Mark.
Stick it. This way to flatten it. There. No, it's okay now. It's okay. In the 1600s, the finance minister of Louis XIV ordered the planting of elms to line the roads approaching Paris. But as the city expanded, the view of trees and countryside disappeared. By the 19th century, Paris was choked with expansion. In one of the first great programs of urban renewal, trees were imported from the countryside to line the streets and squares of Paris. Around the world, as cities grew and the space for gardens disappeared, the tree assumed a crucial role to help the urban dweller maintain a vital link with nature.
Rolling.
This is one of the oldest surviving roses known to man, the Rosa Gallica. In the 12th century before Christ, it was a religious symbol of the Persians and the fire-worshipping Medes. By the 5th century, it was cultivated by the Greeks and then imported by the Romans. Early Christian mystics saw the 5 wounds of Christ in its 5 petals. And later in England, during the Wars of the Roses, a form of it became the Red Rose of Lancaster.
These roses are looking just at their best today.
They certainly are. They couldn't look more beautiful. And the 2 colours are so
yes,
lovely.
we're lucky in finding 2 varieties to flower just together and give this lovely blend. Because these are rambling roses. They're different from all the shrub roses round
And
about.
do they ramble their way up?
Yes.
Not every year?
Yes, every year.
Really?
Yes.
You
yes.
cut them way back?
Yes. The idea of having this bower in the middle was to give a sort of focal point to the garden and to connect up with the corner shelters and give you different views through every path.
And all the soft colours that you've planted in between make the roses even more beautiful.
I think
all
the grey, silvery
lavender.
grey is the perfect foil to the roses of these colours, because you see these roses haven't any yellow in them. They're all the pinky mauvey and crimsons.
Yes.
And then the grey and white and lavender flowers show them up.
6, Mark.
Now what's deadheading?
Taking the old flowers off.
Oh yeah, well that's...
Make them tidy.
Yeah,
Grooming,
that's my job at home. I love that.
Yes, it's
one
a nice
thing I
job,
know how
isn't
to
it?
do, that and weeding.
Summer's evening with a basket and a pair of secateurs.
There is no greater plea for the preservation of our beautiful, fragile planet than the tribute to trees, to nature, made by 14-year-old Anne Frank in her diary just months before she died. I wonder if it's because I haven't been able to poke my nose outside for so long that I've become so crazy for everything to do with nature. Nearly every morning I go to the attic, and from my favorite spot on the floor, I look up at the blue sky and the bare chestnut tree, on whose branches little raindrops glisten like silver, and at the seagulls as they glide on the wind. As long as this exists, and I may live to see it, this sunshine, these cloudless skies, while this lasts, I cannot be unhappy. The best remedy for those who are afraid, lonely, or unhappy is to go outside. Somewhere they can be quiet, alone with the heavens, nature, and God. Because only then does one feel that all is as it should be, and that God wishes to see people happy amidst the simple beauty of nature. As long as this exists, and it certainly always will, I know there will always be comfort for every sorrow. And I firmly believe that nature brings solace
in all troubles.
How wonderful.
Hello. Sorry about landing on you like this.
Sorry. It's the most exciting day of our lives.
Really?
And here
Really?
you are really coming
And
to
having
see
us
the
all in
garden.
for lunch. I don't know why you want to give
It's my
yourself.
big day. You know that.
Yeah.
You know, we put our best spare bedroom up there for you to go and rest in anytime you like. So
She's going to spend the
your
whole afternoon resting, yes.
That's it. So you put
I'll
very
take that
heavy.
upstairs, yes.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Poor
So what are we to do
If
now?
you're doing everything anyway, then you might.
Right,
She's crazy.
She's so wonderful.
Tell me when you're not.
Yes, I am. Peter Hawkins. Lovely. Nice to meet you. I'm Flo. Peter? It's amazing the whole thing and how everybody knows a scene.
No bright.
It's just too bright.
It's too bright for you. Everything's so delicate, so small, the flowers, so lacy. Lacy
I hope
flowers.
so. We don't like great sort of blocks. We love doing, you know, rather natural looking things. Shall we go through here to the main door?
Penelope, it's bird's eye, isn't it? Not bird's eyes.
Bird's eyes.
You know what bird's eye is, then?
Little violet, isn't it?
Yeah, they're right
Yes,
in the bottom of the grass.
Yes. Yes.
It's bird's eye.
Bird's eye. Bird's
Yeah.
eye.
No, because some, I mean, I had mentioned it in a list of garden flowers which I remember from my childhood. And somebody wrote bird's eyes. I love the director with his camera and the glass.
Much better than the viewfinder, I think.
I just finished telling everybody how marvelous you are, and then you don't look very serious, Bruce. I love it because of the sky. Isn't it? I like that. Are we allowed to go down there? I have it growing wild. You know.
Yes.
I think some people consider it a weed, but nothing is a weed.
Nothing is weed, really.
It's all natural flower.
You headed your Elizabeths.
We got to cut off the roses. And
This is the
Graham,
kitchen
I learned
garden.
about heading. That's what it's called.
We try and encourage as much as possible.
Oh, yes?
Woo!
You spend an hour doing my hair.
Let wife stay here and let get a. Jim, we'll lunch now.
We need silks, and the nets are the nets that they had yesterday are to cover reflectors.
Right.
Okay. We've got the nets. We don't have the
Well,
silks.
we may be cloudy anyway, so it may be academic.
You inquire specifically 2 grips on Upton.
Because of the terrain.
Right.
Absolutely.
Now, do you need more than 40 foot of track?
At Upton, yeah.
No, because
no, well, 40. We've got. I mean, what we've got here is fine. It's
Right.
48 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. Six sections.
Right. Okay.
Sophie is absolutely determined.
It's a head and shoulder shot of her.
something here.
One more.
Well, working with Audrey Hepburn is an absolute joy.
That's good for you, right?
To have a star of this magnitude doing such a wonderful television series as this is not only an honor but a pleasure. One of the things that I think is fascinating about Audrey is that she's never afraid to try anything. And so here I've taken this very glamorous star. I've had her walking through bogs and marshes. I've had her in the middle of forests. I had her in beautiful gardens such as the one we're in today. And she always attacks it with such energy and with such joy, and she's never afraid to try anything.
Jerry?
No, that's
Yep.
Vegetable garden, there's much more selection there.
It's a vegetable garden, that's a good idea.
We need to get full length.
I thought maybe when I'm walking with her, to have it on the shoulder. Yes. And we've worn it before, but I think that's nice.
Looks different with
We wore it 4 shows ago.
Oh yeah, no, but I think even if one were to repeat, I think it'd be rather human.
If you could just stand here for a minute.
I wear my clothes more than once.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, you can see it now. Okay, you have to tilt it up more. Tilt it up more. Okay, now. Turn it off so I see the difference. Okay, back on.
There you go.
Yeah, I like it there, yes. Okay.
Ready for Audrey?
Ready for Audrey. The big cloud is coming in, which walk this out of here. But not because that cloud is going to be here quite a while. This out of here. But not across the
Little thing you did.
The flowers will eventually be here.
checking.
You have to tell them we're shooting because they're chatting about the storm back there. Just shout silence.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Watch your background, ladies and gentlemen. And action.
There's an expression that says, happiness is holding flowers in both hands. For those of us who love flowers, they're the heart and soul of a garden. From bud to bloom, they satisfy our taste for color, scent, and sentiment.
Cut.
Gee gods!
Right on the money.
Get some today.
One of the special joys about working with Audrey is that in fact she is a gardener herself. To be on location with her, and because she is so knowledgeable, I think adds an extra dimension to the entire series. But she's absolutely fabulous to work with.
Let's just let's practice the whole move all the way from beginning.
Your walk that you liked was rather brisk, and that's fine. So we need to sort of match that. But I think once you come here along the border,
roll again.
Slow it down.
We would be rolling and there would be action. There was a little wobble there.
Today a renewed appreciation of flower flourishes against the sprawl of industry and urban blight. More than ever, it isn't just the spring blossom that represents hope. It's any flower in a flower garden, where, according to Sir Francis Bacon, the breath of flowers is far sweeter, where it comes and goes like the warbling of music. Aye, stay.
Aye.
Yeah, because I thought it was flowers, and then I saw that the S was not there.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Appreciation. Appreciation of the flower flourishes, of the flower.
And this is a nice background here also.
Okay.
So let's see, we need the flowers.
Phil, you want to ride this or you want?
No.
Phil, you have to, Ellie. Do you want to ride it?
Rolling. Now 420. And ready here. Action.
And sentiment. The symbolism of flowers was well understood throughout history. Ophelia, in her madness, scattered pansies for thoughts and rosemary for remembrance. Ladies and their paramours elevated the language of flowers to an art. The first blossom of spring meant hope. Sweet William meant gallantry, and wisteria meant I cling to thee. Today, a renewed appreciation of the flower flourishes against the sprawl of industry and urban blight. More than ever, it isn't just a spring blossom that represents hope. It is any flower in a flower garden where, according to Sir Francis Bacon, the breath of flowers is far sweeter where it comes and goes like the warbling of music.
We had a sun. We had a big sun.
We had a big sun, and there was a slight...
And a cow.
And a car, which I rather liked.
Quiet, thank you.
Where it comes and goes, like the warbling of music. I'd like another because
There was a little hesitation.
Yeah, no,
Okay, we'll go from the top, please.
There's something again at the last couple of cards, no?
There's something about...
Yeah. Blossom Spring meant hope, Sweet William meant gallantry, and wisteria meant I cling to thee. Today, a renewed appreciation of the flower flourishes against the sprawl of industry and urban blight. Now, that isn't a simple sentence. There was just one appreciation in there, but...
No, it was also, on occasion, just a little squinty.
Well, let's do one without squint and...
Squint-free. Squint-free.
It's a Neapolitan ice cream truck.
Audrey Hepburn is a dream. She's helpful. She's plugged into the series. She loves the series. She's committed to it. She does her own wardrobe. I mean, she is wonderful, and she's prompt. She doesn't have bad habits. I mean, she's heaven.
A kitchen garden is so pretty and so comforting.
Take a step into there, and then we'll cut about that point.
What if I say it's so pretty and somehow so comforting?
Sure.
Do you like the somehow? I'm also asking you, Robbie.
Well, you're directing, you're producing. You don't need
I
me.
think it softens it a little bit.
Yeah, it's sort of easier to say. Soften it in a wrong sense.
It makes it less strong.
Oh.
In other words, it's less declarative. You know.
Oh, let's not have that.
Our mission is to show beautiful things to people who have forgotten about them, because today's life is often full of harried and excitement and stress, and Gardens of the World provides something that's more restful and less stressful, and at the same time with a subtle message about how important nature is.
Such a lovely idea, and I had the time, which was very important, and I'm sorry. I was thrilled to do it. Obviously, I love gardens and flowers, and it interests me, and it also gave me an opportunity to see gardens I never would have otherwise, which is what I hope will be lovely for audiences. They'll be able to see gardens that they'll probably never travel to or find. And I think we really are photographing the most beautiful ones in the world.
You garden.
Yes.
And you garden, you actually get out and...
Yeah, oh sure, yeah. And I'm not a garden expert, but I'm a garden lover. And I think that's, almost enough to have a garden. I think I obviously do a lot of weeding and budding and clipping and doing all the things that are easy to do, but I spend a lot of time in the garden and spend a lot of time looking at the sky to see what, the weather's going to do to my flowers. And we have a lot of storms in the summer, especially because we live not very far from the lake. And in the summer we get very wild storms, and next day my corn is down, but I prop them up again and they stand up again. That's what's so extraordinary about plants, their resilience. They with a little help they revive. Well, it's all about the same thing, isn't it? Children and flowers, it's life, it's survival, and
like with flowers, as I just said, it's the same with children with a little help, you know. They can survive and they can stand up and live another day. And I think that's what life is all about, actually, about children and flowers. And, you know, I suppose I put the same effort into helping a plant flourish as we do at UNICEF. It's not just a matter of a child surviving, but giving it a future, allowing it to develop and well and not handicapped, and giving it the how shall I say, the strength to have a future.
Seven. Mark.
In 1772, Catherine the Great wrote to Voltaire, "I now love to distraction gardens in the English style. The curved lines, the gentle slopes. I hate fountains which torture water in order to make it follow a course contrary to nature. In other words, Anglomania rules my plantomania." The art of gardening has always been a compromise between the ideal and the practical. Each of us who aspires to create a garden, to bring a personal interpretation and passion to garden making, must consider the formal principles of good design. These principles, which have served the great gardens throughout time, breed endless new possibilities, and our gardens continue to be sources of wonderment. Perhaps Thomas Jefferson said it best: "There is no occupation so delightful to me as the cultivation of the earth, and no culture comparable to that of the garden. Though an old man, I am but a young gardener." As the contrast between city and country life increased, the cottage garden came to represent an idyllic, less complicated world. As garden designer Gertrude Jekyll wrote, "Not infrequently, in passing along a country road, with eye alert to note the beauties that are so often presented by little wayside cottage gardens, something is seen that may well serve as a lesson in better planting. The lesson is generally one that teaches greater simplicity." With its unstudied profusion of flowers and vegetables, the cottage garden remains peaceful, personal, and practical. Summer afternoon, summer afternoon. To Henry James, who loved nature and gardens, those were the two most beautiful words in the English language. The best place to spend a summer afternoon is in a country garden, where children can play and dogs can run, and no one worries about trampling the grass. In all the history of gardens and garden styles, the country garden is the most down-to-earth. Unlike grand formal gardens, the country garden is a cozy place for people and plants.
Mark.
5:11.
Stand by and action.
This is a Laterus odoratus, but I remember it from my childhood as a sweet pea. How much prettier are the wonderfully descriptive names the English give their flowers. Buttercups and daisies, daffodils and dandelions, snowdrops and forget-me-nots, primroses and violets, snapdragons,
Canterbury bells, hollyhocks, phlox, black-eyed Susans, Queen Anne's lace, pincushions, columbines, Michaelmas daisies, scarlet pimpernel, bird's eye, lupins, marigolds, red-hot pokers, goldenrod, pansies and periwinkles, cowslips, poppies, lilies and lavender, morning glory, honeysuckle, foxglove, larkspur, bleeding heart, wallflowers, goat's beard, milkweed, and love lies bleeding.
This is Villa Gambaraia, high in the hills above Florence. Villa, gardens and countryside exist in perfect harmony. Ever since Eden, the garden has been a symbol of heaven on earth. Today, when we are more intimately concerned with our environment than ever before, gardens remind us of the beauty we are in danger of losing. Gardens were never just slices of nature. In the Renaissance, they became consciously designed works of art.
No Renaissance garden was considered complete without water features. The Villa Lante, north of Rome, flowing down a steep hillside with an enchanting series of terraces and fountains, is considered the perfect realization of a Renaissance garden.
This is one of the oldest surviving roses known to man, the Rosa Gallica. In the 12th century before Christ, it was a religious symbol of the Persians and the fire-worshipping Medes. By the 5th century, it was cultivated by the Greeks and then imported by the Romans. Early Christian mystics saw the 5 wounds of Christ in its 5 petals. Romantic, strangely lovely Nympha. Nympha was once considered a place of magic. Its lake inhabited by nymphs and benevolent gods. The river that flows through the town is said to be the tears shed by the young noblewoman Nympha, who mourned endlessly upon learning of her lover's death. What was once a neglected, wild thicket sprawled with greenery is now a bewitching, enchanted mass of tangled sweetness. Nympha, a romantic affirmation of the freedom of expression possible in a country garden. This is Sayoji, the moss temple in Kyoto. It was built by the Zen Buddhist priest Musu Soseki over 7 centuries ago. An enchanted world of shades of green. In one of the first great programs of urban renewal, trees were imported from the countryside to line the streets and squares of Paris. Around the world, as cities grew and the space for gardens disappeared, the tree assumed a crucial role to help the urban dweller maintain a vital link with nature. Like no other flower, the orchid conjures up the mysterious, exotic image of the tropics, because only here can it grow naturally. Even when raised at great expense in hothouses in cold climates, the orchid's fragile, wild, almost animal beauty still transports our imagination to the heat of these faraway lands. This is Holland. Small, flat, and so beautiful. I spent most of my childhood here. In February, when the cold mist rises, there's a promise of spring in the air and that delicious smell of the earth and things growing. I love the first tulips of spring. Planted in the chill of autumn, they rest and resist through long freezing winters, even under snow. In each age, beauty has a different interpretation. In 17th century France, it was thought that every garden should have a parterre, lawns, and bosquets with interlacing walkways. Axial alignment, which draws the eye to the landscape, was emphasized by long, radiating alleys of trees. The parterre de broderie, embroidered patterns, dramatizes the hand of man in nature. The vista gracefully continues along a large pool and a broad alley of grass with a mixed woodland bosquet on either side. The use of perspective in the landscape is dramatically exploited. The garden is typical of 17th century France. Man's mastery over nature sets the theme. Summer afternoon, summer afternoon. To Henry James, who loved nature and gardens, those were the two most beautiful words in the English language. In all the history of gardens and garden styles, the country garden is the most down-to-earth. Unlike grand formal gardens, the country garden is a cozy place for people and plants. Perhaps in no flower garden in the world is there a freer, more exhilarating use of color than the one here in the French town of Giverny. Claude Monet, the father of Impressionism, created this garden with a painter's eye. More than anything, he said, "I must have flowers, always, always." Framed by a series of curving arches, this garden was a living canvas, an experiment with light, color, and texture in which he painted with flowers. And everywhere you feel their lively, joyous presence.